Gather round, we got no gods to please. Saturday night, no sermons, just ease. Discussions flow like midnight breeze. No prophets here, just minds to tease. We talk big bangs and evolution. Question faith with our solution. Stars align in our confusion. Breaking free from old illusion. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers. Open hearts and swift deceivers. Make a stand, no hidden levers. Raise your glass to reason's thrill. No ancient text, it's our own will. Debate till dawn, feel golden chill. Saturday night, we've got the skill. Echoes of a godless choir. Like the world was fought the fire. Free thought mindset to inspire. No holy walls to take us higher. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers.
Yeah, we are. Greetings. Welcome to the Captive Desk with another Saturday Night at the Atheists. Hello, everybody.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
Oh, hello.
And we have a bunch of atheists here. We have Brainless with us, and we have Scott, and we have Mike, and we have Simos. And you never know, somebody else may join. We have different folks joining us as guests over the weeks, so that's always fun too. And speaking of over the weeks, so like last week we talked about Brad. Before we get started tonight we're not covering Brad tonight, but Brad did give a response video out to us. There's Brad, if you don't remember Brad. And Brad didn't like me much. He was calling me desktop, and he called me boy. And I left a comment, and I said, boy. And I pulled the age card. I said, I'm older than you, and Mike's older than me. So maybe you should respect your elders.
Fucking cunt.
But once again, these folks kind of immediately don't like me, but they take a shine to Mike for some reason.
They always like Mike, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, if I were you,
I don't
Dave,
know.
I'd be thankful because he completely ignored me. I never got a mention either way.
Didn't get a mention.
So
Yeah.
there you go.
Mark has
Yeah.
a way of coming across as affable.
Yeah,
He's got an affable air to him.
what did he say about me? Mike, he's in his 60s. I'm going to give him a pass. And it's like,
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, what's it like to be like called young for once, Mike?
oh, that was pretty cool. Yeah, 60s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he suggested that Mike was just pretending to be an old guy online. I was like, that's a new one.
Yep.
I've heard of
'cause there's so much
pretending to be
capital in
younger. Yeah.
No,
There's so much money.
Do you know who-
in gold.
do you know who did that to me? Darth Dawkins.
Oh yeah.
He absolutely refused to believe I was a. He said, "No, you don't sound like you sound like a young punk." Well, what the fuck?
Oh, he's so
Yeah, it's
sweet,
pretty
isn't
cool.
he?
He
You
was
young
sweet,
punk.
yeah.
Although,
Yeah,
to be
it's
fair,
fun.
anybody that's a punk is probably close to 60 by now.
Yeah, true.
So any other comments? I know Brainless had a comment about the response video.
Oh, like he didn't say anything. He only yelled. Holy fuck!
I know he was really yelling.
I watched a couple of minutes. I think with 2 breaks, I got to like 10 minutes of the whole fucking thing, and I was like, "Holy shit! I can't take this anymore." Like, if you just come and have a comment and like, can call me a shit or whatever,
Yeah.
Like the screaming, like it's like those mega lunatics.
Yeah, it would be fun to clip that
they,
out.
They seem to think like the harder they scream, the more true it is, or something.
Yeah.
But oh my!
So
God,
Dave,
like,
you got to take you got to take that video and clip all the yelling parts together, and just because that would be fun.
the whole video. That's the whole fucking video.
Well, about half of it. About half of it.
Holy shit!
That's
And the spitting in the bucket.
that's up Jess's alley.
And the spitting in the bucket, that was
With a lot of bass behind it. Dum,
Yeah,
dum,
what the
dum,
hell
dum,
was
dum, dum.
what was
Dum 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 dum.
what was the spitting bullshit about? Did he explain that somewhere and I missed it?
He spits a lot. He thinks it's like some kind of emphasis. Like, this is what I think of the church, and he spits in his garbage can, and this is what I think of this and that. He spits it, and it's really nasty. It isn't. No.
Yeah, he's completely nasty. The whole person is nasty. His whole personality. Ugh,
Yeah,
no.
he holds a whole lot of people in contempt, and he strikes me as a very insecure person, because he kept going on about how he dropped out of high school and all these other people think they're so smart, and he doesn't like the Christians. He doesn't really consider himself a Christian because he's that special, Yeah. So he's just a blister of a human being with like the only thing at his core is pus, because he's just that
Deconverted Man's asking what we're talking about. We got a response to our covering Brad last week, and Brad yelled a lot. That's about it. He called me desktop and said, boy, like sit down, boy, or something. And I pulled the age card. I said, I'm older than you, because he mentioned he was turning 50. And I was like, so I'm older than you. So maybe you should sit down, boy.
Boy.
And other than that, he kind of repeated a lot of the same things. There's no such thing as an atheist. The fool in his heart, and the fool in his heart, probably 20 times, I think. So,
yeah, he misinterprets a psalm in order to say, if you're an atheist, you're a fool. That kind of thing. And he just wants to call people fools. He wants to call atheists fools because he, in all his infinite spiritual wisdom, can do nothing more than hold other people in contempt. That's his life.
Yeah.
I'll get you a link there in a second here, Deconverted Man. Hold on.
The religious are getting kind of ridiculous with this attack on atheism. I mean, we're really freaking them out. But if you look at the numbers, like the AIG in Canada, they kind of admit they're having a hell of a time. What did he say? 25% of the young people that leave the church leave right after they go to college and hear about evolution for real. And it's like, yeah, idiots. If you preach anti-science, you're going to lose them. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, I'd rather be a fool in my heart than in my head.
Yeah, I guess so.
Most definitely.
But there's a choice, Anyway, there you go. Hello, Spooky, as well, by the way. Always good to see you.
Hello, Spooky.
Hello, everybody. Just hello, everybody.
All right, I got the link here.
Anyway, there's Austin.
Here's the link in the chat real quick for the response video. Anybody wants to check it out?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Simos.
Yeah, so like I was watching earlier, and I saw the creationist guy come up, and I thought, oh dear. Anyway, there we go. But like I thought you were gonna, because like I've said, this is low hanging fruit, so low it may as well be a root vegetable, and that's Kelvin. He's a root vegetable in my book.
We were joking about maybe answering Brad back, and then it was just like, no, it isn't worth anything.
It'd be like having a conversation with that Wesley Curry guy that always pops up and talks about the Omnibar.
Omnibar. Some of the folks are worth a return to, and we had a lot of fun with them. But Brad it doesn't have anything new. It was a one shot deal, Brad, and so.
Yeah, no, he had his moment of fame.
You had your moment.
Yeah, that's it. You ended up just using it for slurs. There you go.
Never fear, though. Never fear. Here at Answers. I almost said Answers in Atheism, including at Answers in Atheism. Here at Saturday Night at the Atheists, I'm always looking for these extra special videos, and I think I found another one for us tonight. We got Rick and Lou, and from what I can tell, Rick and Lou do not have any kind of science background whatsoever, but they're going to tell us all about it.
Surprise.
So it should be a lot of fun.
Surprise.
And before I do that, I wanted to play. Joe's got a new commercial out for the. They're going to have a fundraising type thing going on here. Stream coming up, and with Chris Mallard from the Damn Network, and I wanted to play this to help spread it around. So we'll listen to this, and then we'll get to the video. All right?
Okay.
Yep.
That's a banger.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of us see Jess and know Jess in the chat and everything, and I'm sure Jess had some assistance at least, if not doing it themselves. Jess is very talented in a lot of things, and like I said, you want something with some kick and bass, go to Jess. Jess really likes the bass.
Well, those tunes sounded nice.
He's all about space, then, yeah.
Yeah, we've been telling everybody, about the ARC protest this summer, and they're going to have a fundraising thing to help cover, the expenses involved, and they also have other people getting involved to help fund the things and everything, and there's all kind of things coming together, so to speak. So
you got that,
we're keeping you updated as best we can.
You got that commercial linked in the comments somewhere, or?
And it's linked in the description. Yes, indeed.
Description, yeah.
So any interest in the ARC protest, make sure you go over to the Kentucky Atheist, and you'll find all kind of information. And like I say, there's fundraising links and all that. I have them below, and it'll take you over to Joe's channel as well.
Yep. So the two guys we're covering tonight, I just remembered, the one on the left thinks he knows a bunch of stuff. He knows like 100 times more than the guy on the right. And oh my God, it's just amazing how little he knows.
Yeah,
this is going to be fun then. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, you're talking about no credentials when you were mentioning Calvin earlier, Mike. As far as I know, they have absolutely no credentials whatsoever. So
Well,
Yeah, one
really,
of
you don't think either
Now-
of them have been? You don't think if either of them have studied in cemetery school, have they?
they
Yeah.
might have went to cemetery school. Now,
Okay.
there's
No,
nothing
the-
wrong with not being a scientist. Okay, you
I know.
can you
Nothing
can
wrong
know
with it.
things, right? You know, you can cite good sources. Okay, Rick and Lou also have some questionable citations and sources as well. So there's like a dual problem going here.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see what they say, and
And
Yeah,
Simon, thanks for mentioning it, because now I'm drinking again.
Oh no.
back to cemetery school with y'all.
No.
So you'll hear them, name drop some places, and you'll get an understanding real quick where they're getting their information from. So here we go. All right.
Let her rip.
Oh, fucking hell, Bigfoot.
Before I do, real quick, I want to say hello to Rochelle and Spooky and Deconverted Man and Chris and Minnow and who else we got? Austin. Austin, you can come in if you want. And Minnow, did I say Minnow? And the dog and Phantom and Jess. Good to see you. And welcome everybody. Thanks for joining in. And Meow just rolled in. Meow back. Demon Orb, hello. We got lots. We get all the best folks joining us. Hello, everybody.
All the best folks and dog.
And Dog.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome to CMC Ministries. I am Rick Resigno, one of your hosts, and my co-host is Lou Vendrell. And we are taking on a topic today that can cause a division within the church. And that is the topic of
Good.
creationism versus evolution.
I
So
would
Lou,
say
if I
any
can
topic
share
can
just
cause
really
division in
quickly
the church.
a little
Church
bit
is
today.
Progressive organizations you'll ever run into.
I did.
Yeah.
This is cut a little bit. I usually don't cut stuff, but these two like we do. We're chit chatting about things, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of cut that out and just and then once they start talking though, then we're good to go. So yeah, they were chit chatting a little bit. You can check. Link is in the description.
Testimony, if you will. So several years ago, I was teaching at a trade school, and I'm not quiet about my faith, even previous years.
Oh no.
So a student approached me, and he asked me some questions, and he said to me, "So you believe the Bible, right?" And I'm like, "Yes." He asked me if I was a Christian. Of course, I affirmatively and strongly, yes, I believe in the Bible, yes. And then he starts asking me questions about Genesis. Did God really make the world in 6 24-hour days? And that's what the Bible says. So yes. And then he starts asking me questions like, well, what about evolution? What about dinosaurs? Where does that all fit in, since dinosaurs have been extinct for 65 million years? And so what that caused in me, since I didn't have adequate answers to his questions, was caused me to start questioning whether or not what I'm reading is literal truth.
Makes you well, he was questioning it, right? It made him wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because
Smart guy. See what he come up with.
yeah,
Sure,
what
question.
where did you go to get your answers, right?
I predict the dinosaurs were buried there by Satan to tempt us.
Probably.
Is the Bible true and accurate, and is it historical?
But
Is
going back to your experience with the high school student, was it, or middle school?
No, this is trade school. So probably post high school by a couple of years.
Okay, so going back to that, Genesis, the book of Genesis is the foundation of the entire Bible.
Mm-hmm.
It's like having a house built on a weak foundation. It's going to crumble if.
Which is odd, because the book of Genesis is not the first or oldest book written in the Bible.
Despite the name,
Yeah.
you would have thought as a Christian they would say the foundation of the Bible is probably the Gospels, but It's a bit strange.
Well, I can see what his problem is. He say, okay, is it true and is it historical? But what he didn't say is, am I interpreting it properly? Right? Am I reading it right? If he had thought about that for a little bit, then he would have probably got closer to the truth. So, but I don't think he found the truth here.
Also, like, sorry, just to butt in. Yeah. Also, the problem with Genesis is not really evolution. I mean, sure, that poses a problem, but if you look at Genesis as being historical, then the first part of it is a scientific problem, a cosmology problem, right? Plants being created before stars.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? Photosynthesis being the
yeah,
method by which they grow. Animals, before stars as well. Like, you just got to think, well, okay, what does this mean? Well, it means special God light. That's what it means. God created light before stars. And that special God light, which then it got extinguished once he created the stars, which, of course, is not mentioned anywhere in the Bible. As usual, the issue, of course, being the questions we have is the methodology of how it happened. And when people want to claim that this is a literal text, the first question you come up with, if it is literal and it is scientific or historical, whichever, doesn't matter which, then we want to know how is it done.
Yeah.
And there's no answer whatsoever from any theologian on that question.
And it's pretty obvious that Genesis is just like when my 4-year-old sons asked me where babies come from, and I didn't tell them about intercourse and all of that stuff, right?
What?
No, I told them when they were 6.
You didn't show them the whole video.
I didn't show them the whole video, right? Yeah, I kind of shortened the whole thing and told them a little story.
Did you use the word placenta in there?
No. I said when mommy loves daddy a whole lot, I just rub her belly and a baby comes out. Yeah, that's what I told him. Yeah, that's all you got to tell a 4-year-old.
I would have used the word clitoris, but never mind.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that. But that would be. I think I'd get arrested for that in this state. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Yep, Satan's calling.
Yeah. It's a busy life.
The way I see it is Genesis is the foundation of the Bible, and everything's built upon that. So we have to absolutely, as a Christian, you have to be able to believe what is said in Genesis and the creation of the world.
That's right.
And the universe.
That's right.
In order to truly, truly have strong foundation in your faith. I also think it's important that as we go down this topic, that we explain the difference between a hypothesis and a fact.
Right.
Because I think that's going to drive the conversation. And evolution versus creation, what I like to say is that it's an argument of a starting point. So it's not truly a science versus the Bible or science against faith.
Stop there, please.
It certainly is.
Stop there, please. Mike, you leaned forward when I did. Do you want to just
Really?
take that?
Oh, yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
Evolution, nothing to fucking do with it. He's now, if you're talking about creation of life, you're not talking about evolution, you're talking about abiogenesis. Another common trope among theists that they continually get wrong, continually straw man what evolution is.
Yep.
In some cases, yes, the argument goes down that direction, but the true argument and value in the core is the argument of a starting point.
Right. Origin, exactly. And so that, I think it's important we point that out. But going back to the hypothesis and fact, hypothesis is a theory, right?
No.
What a dipshit.
This is like I said, I started watching this, and as soon as I heard this, I was like, oh no. Oh no. This is gonna be bad.
I'm gonna walk my statement back just a moment, because I think these are guys who really don't know what they're talking about. I don't know that they're trying to put anything over on somebody like slimy Calvin Smith.
Yeah,
no, they don't know anything. Yeah,
so
these guys
he's got it wrong. He just has the wrong information about evolution. He's probably quoting a quote of a quote of a quote of maybe Kent Hovind or somebody.
And we
the guy on the
got
left
Joe.
knows-
We got Joe joining us. Hello, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Joe, I was wondering if
What's
you're
up,
going to join us.
everybody?
Did you
Welcome
hear the
aboard,
bass?
Joe.
Did you hear the bass thumping? We were just playing your commercial.
Yep.
No, I didn't, but I know that you have been, and thank you so much for doing that. It really helps.
Well, I'm glad to help any way we can, and you know you're doing a lot of hard work yourself. So, you know, happy to
I'm
help
having
you
fun.
out, spread it around. Yep, it looks like I said, looking good. Things coming together. I was telling folks, different folks are getting involved, different groups are getting involved. So, things coming together. So,
Yeah. We've got a lot of support from a lot of great people, and it's been awesome.
and if you got any creationists out there looking to debate, Joe is itching to debate some creationists. He doing the ARC protests. He's looking for some debates to do. So anybody out there knows anybody that wants to do some creationism debates, get in contact with Joe over there, or get a hold of me. I'll put you in contact, whatever. And Joe wants to have a discussion with you. All right.
You're having trouble finding Christians, right? Not atheists?
Yeah. Creationists.
Yeah, creationists, yeah.
Yeah. So look under the floorboards and,
One
you know,
second, sorry. I'm having to connect to the chat, and it's screwing up
Check.
my video.
that's all right.
I haven't used
Check.
StreamYard in a minute.
Check under the floorboards and, you know, find them creationists and send them Joe's way.
Oh, the Think Institute. They're great.
And it could be shaped and formed
I've got a
in a
couple
different way.
creationists lined up right now.
Did you get some?
Do
Okay,
you?
cool.
Okay, good.
Something can influence it, and it can change. A fact never changes. A fact is a fact; it never changes. And so, my issue when it comes to evolution and all,
Okay, I guess.
Theories
I've
change.
never heard anybody come at it from this way, but a fact can change. We
Yeah,
call it a fact because everybody thinks it's true. It's a justified
Right.
truth belief, maybe in the sense that we've justified it somehow. But then, when you get new information, have new
Right.
background information or whatever, a fact can change
yeah,
because it may no longer be a fact. It's only a
Yeah.
fact
Hmm.
because people kind of assent to the idea that this is the accepted truth. This is the accepted knowledge. So
Yeah,
even there,
it's a fact that my wife was pissed off at me 97% of the time, but now we're divorced and she's only pissed off at me 10% of the time. That's fact.
this is
Fact
that
change.
all of the theories in evolution that we have been told over the years in school, those, and some refer to them as facts, have changed throughout the years. They have.
No,
yes.
no, they haven't changed much.
Well, yes and no. Again, well,
Yeah.
You learn more, right?
Yeah, you learn
More, yeah, more is learned, and that's what
Yeah.
they're saying, that it's all been changed, and this is what you often hear, that every new discovery means you have to throw all of science out the window.
What he means is that we've added a lot of complexity to the theory of evolution to our knowledge because we have found new things. We have better instruments. We know more. So we haven't changed the theory.
and remember,
Go
in
ahead.
the 70s, when I was a fundamentalist missionary Baptist person, and people would talk about creationism, there was no evolution. That was the fact. Of course, it was only accepted by fundamentalist, Christians, but there was no evolution. Period. It was all a lie. It was all a mistake. And then suddenly, there's evolution. It's just within species. And then suddenly, evolution really doesn't matter. It's the origins that matter. So even among these Christians, he's just late to the game with regards to evolution, because to him it's a fact. It's just not an origins thing. Never used to be a fact. back in the 70s, back in the 60s.
Yeah.
So even in his own world, it's not, what he's saying is wrong.
Yeah, so the word fact is a somewhat of a value word, which means it's in some sense subjective. So, like what we call a fact, right, is the statement itself. That's the fact. And he's referring to what the fact is pointing at and saying, well, what the fact points at doesn't change. Well, of course, it does if, like these guys are saying, we're coming up with new and more interesting definitions or more interesting observations of reality, if you want to call the fact what it's pointing at. But of course, facts change. Of course, they change. So that would be silly to say they don't, in the scientific sense. In the metaphysical sense, does logic change? In some sense, it does, because maybe the individual classical laws of logic don't change, like identity, etc. Numbers don't change. The mathematical, if you're a Platonist, for instance, mathematical objects don't change. So in that sense, you might be right. That's a very small, abstract objects are a very small kind of subsection of things that are actually referring to. And like I'm saying, he's probably referring to reality itself, right? When he says the fact, he's referring to what the sentence is pointing at. He's not referring to these metaphysical abstract ideas, which are the things that don't change. So, I mean, again, this is just a kind of confusion over the definition of the word and how he's using it.
But since Darwin, basically, natural selection has not changed. It has not been taken out of the picture. And mutations are basically the change in the genome over time has not changed. Those things are facts, and they have not changed at all. So there's a lot of things about evolution that hasn't changed. What has changed is how important we think those things are for different speciation events and things like that. And of course, you'll have evolutionists arguing with each other, and they actually come to blows. No, natural selection is more important than environment or whatever. But no, the fact, the basic facts don't change. So we've just added a lot of complexity.
Well, I don't know. I think that's the like natural selection isn't. It's a fact that we observe natural selection, but the idea of natural selection, science doesn't claim natural selection as a fact. It says if natural selection is true, we should see these other things, and the observations we make are facts about natural selection, all the different things that go into that, because it's not just one thing.
Yep. Yeah, we've added, just a number of things that nuance natural selection. I mean, but natural selection has never gone away. I mean, it's a tautology that the most fit thing is going to survive, right, and reproduce more, and that part has never gone away. So I mean,
well, the big thing with so the theory of evolution's been around for a long time. But the biggest gain, I guess, made in it that really confirmed a number of the predictions made over years was whenever we deconstructed the human genome. And then we started working on genomes of other species, and we're able to do these full-length comparisons, which confirmed what we expected to see if natural selection and through natural selection evolution was true.
Yeah.
And hey, Randy, thanks for joining us. Good to see you.
Continue to change, and they have adapted because their original observation was proven wrong, or wasn't proven at all, for that matter. Right.
I don't know what that means at all. Yeah.
Yeah. Example, please.
The original observation wasn't proven true. I
don't know.
No idea what that means.
Math has proofs.
Well, the
right
overarching narrative that
the origin of life on Earth is had come about over a very long period of time through random mutation and natural selection. That's
we're of course we're mixing abiogenesis in with evolution. That's what I said. A couple minutes into this video, it was like, oh my, there's just, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through the end, but I did, folks. For you, I watched this all the way through. And I hope you appreciate that by hitting that subscribe button below down there, as well as all the folks you see here. Their links are all in the description. And Joe's extras are all down there too, including his affiliates. And as you can see, Joe has merch too. He's wearing a hat, as well as Bree at Hivesci also has merch too. And her link is in the description below. So go help the folks out. You know what to do. Buy yourself some gear, and it goes around, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I have to say this beanie is amazing.
Look at that! Look at that awesome hat. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's all embroidered. Yeah.
I always want to caution people. I always want to caution people on this merch thing. You only want to wear that in the privacy of your own home in today's climate, because you might get Anyway,
be bold. Be bold. Get yourself a Bigfoot shirt.
Yeah, right. Put a target on your back.
Well, like a Bigfoot shirt, I think most people will just have a giggle about it. But
I'm safe then.
Openly screaming like, just like, yeah, there is lunatics out there that won't take that well.
Oh, this pisses people off when I wear it outside.
Joe,
I should get something like that.
Joe's just not called the Kentucky Atheist. He actually lives there. So, wearing that hat is not a popular thing where he's at.
Kentucky Atheist is kind of a rare bird.
I love it.
Well, Joe, bit of advice for you, Joe. If you do get accosted, you can always tell them to hang on a while, and I'm sure that you will evolve into a Christian.
Yeah.
That should fix things perfectly.
Well, or just say, you shouldn't judge me. Wait until God judges me.
Yeah.
It's like my son's Tesla. I've been trying to tell my son to get a bumper sticker for his Tesla, explaining that he bought it because he believes in climate change and he wants to do something about it. Because for some reason, people are throwing drinks at Teslas. I mean, people bought electric cars because they care about the goddamn climate. Leave the fucking Tesla owners alone. Go after Musk.
A Tesla is at this point is only acceptable if it says "fuck Elon Musk" on it. That's the only moment when it's allowed to be in a Tesla. Otherwise, you're just a Nazi.
Right.
Absolutely do not promote vandalism in any way, shape, or form. But it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. That just slipped out.
But it's not happening to Musk. It's happening to people like my son, who is about as liberal as you. He is about as far left.
I was talking more about the dealerships. But
they have a bumper sticker that says, "I bought this before Elon went crazy."
Well, before we knew he was crazy. I get that, but at this point, if you buy a new Tesla, you're just a Nazi, because there's millions of other awesome electric cars out there.
No, but I mean, my son bought it used, and he paid $80,000 for the goddamn thing. He's not going to go out and trade it on a gas guzzler. Right. Yeah. Just because Elon was the company that owns the company that made it. I mean, leave the goddamn Tesla owners alone, people.
Personal property is personal property. Absolutely.
That's right.
Hello, Pixie. Good to see you. And we got Dane, the Dark Light. Good to see you. How you doing, everybody?
Not Dane.
The overarching narrative. What changes within the narrative is how they come to that conclusion. And really all hypothesis is an educated guess.
No. It is.
You see what I mean? Oh, it's like
it's a carefully worked out. Basically, it's a carefully worked out mechanism or idea, and then you test the hypothesis. And then when the hypothesis passes the test over and over and over, it becomes a part of a grand chunk of knowledge, a gigantic mountain of knowledge that we call a theory. And a theory has many hypotheses in it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson does a good job of explaining it as an emergent truth, is the word that he uses. And
Emergent
I
truth,
like
yeah,
that
I like
explanation of theory.
Yeah.
And it's not just the scientist who sets out to prove the hypothesis that tests it over and over and over in the lab, the proponents of it. It's other people like who read the paper and go, I'm going to try that experiment and see if I can repeat it. And they repeat it. Maybe one or two others do. And the more the broader scientific community in that field get together and work on it, that's when it starts earning the word theory or becomes part of a grander theoretical matrix.
Well, substantiated is the part of the definition that's important.
The most important thing you do after you come up with a hypothesis is try to break it. You try to
disprove it.
Yeah. Yep.
And there are plenty of people coming up in the field that are trying to break other people's theories.
Oh, they love that. Yeah.
Ideas or hypotheses, just to get themselves a name and a foothold into the subject, right? So they can at least get some attention and maybe funding.
Well, these fellows are in
very competitive.
Are in the teach the other side in school crowd, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
the wrong side.
Anybody that says anything, let's teach that. Let's have a whole course dedicated that in school because somebody said something, right? It's like that's not how it's done, and they refuse to understand that even when it's gone to court, it's been told to them, you have a religious belief, you do not have scientific backing, doesn't belong in a science class. However, they are having certain religious things in with the social studies, history type courses and stuff. My sons had it in school. They touch on religion a little bit, but it doesn't belong in a science class.
So I think it's part of the hubris of especially Christianity because they want to skip the process, right? So the things that are taught in science class, such as evolution, gravity, things like that, they go through a process where they're tested over and over and over, and there's evidence to support those things. And like we talked about a second ago, the theory process it goes through peer review, and then it becomes something that becomes a fact through observation. Now, can it be proven wrong? Sure, if you have something to do it. Religion doesn't want to do any of that. They just want you to teach their side of the story, no matter the fact that they have no evidence and they can support it with nothing. They say, well, we can kick holes in evolution, even though they don't, but they think they do. So they're like, well, you have to teach our thing then. Even though it hasn't been through any of that process, it should be taught in science class too. And if you want religion like this, if you want intelligent design or whatever to be taught in a science classroom, let's put it through the peer review process and see where it goes.
And let's make predictions and see if we can see those predictions come true.
Yeah, so look, it's fine for them to try and pick holes in evolution. There's nothing wrong with trying to pick holes in somebody else's hypothesis or theory or observations, tested observation, which we think of as facts. Nothing wrong with picking holes in somebody else's theory. However, when it comes to the God hypothesis, all right, that what is simply lacking is methodology.
Yes.
Right. And, my favorite argument against religion in general, God in general, I should say, my favorite atheist argument is this lack of explanatory power.
Yeah.
Right? It's like literally the God hypothesis is as explanatory as rolling the dice.
My favorite thing.
You don't get it. Hang on a second. You don't get it. I like to go on these little rants. You don't get an answer. You don't get an answer when you roll the dice. Why did it come up 6? We don't know why. I rolled the dice. It came up 6. Why did it come up? We don't know why it's a 6 and not a 5. and not a 4 or not a 3. And it's the same thing with the God hypothesis. We don't know why he created it in 7 days, 6 days. We don't know why Jesus resurrected after 3 days. We don't know why. None of these things have explanations. None of them methodology. How did God raise a body from the dead? What's the methodology to return life to a body after it's been dead for 3 days? We have absolutely no idea. And the best that they can point at is, well, we have faith. And yet when you start putting them up on that as the definition of faith they're going to use, what they just turn right back to, well, I've got confidence. Right? Well, confidence is not a good word here, because that implies that you've got justification. And once again, what justification is there that a 6 was rolled over a 5 or a 4? There is none, because it's random. And that is why the God explanation has no explanatory power over just a random happening, a random event. Right. That's
my favorite.
My rant. Sorry, guys.
My favorite thing is if God created a herd of elephants, a herd of deer, then he created a herd of elephants. What happens to the air that the herd of elephants displaced? Because if he created them instantaneously, that air would be moving almost at the speed of light, and it would kill the deer. So, like, I mean, it seems ridiculous, but when you think about creation, think about like in detail, because that's how evolutionists think about biology, right? We think in utter detail about the steps. But when they think about creation, they say, oh, no, it just happened. You don't have to ask questions. You don't have to ask about what happened. You don't have to ask about what happened to the air that the elephants displaced. Because if you instantly create a goddamn herd of elephant, you're going to displace a lot of air really fast. And I want to know what happened to that. Right? If you treated the trees first, it's going to blow the trees down.
Go ahead, Joe.
I would be interested to see the physics on that too, Mike. But
I would. Yes.
My favorite thing to do with this sort of thing is just say, okay, well, fine. I agree with you. Evolution's false. Now let's get on to you're saying we should teach this other thing. Why?
Yeah.
And start there, because that's the last thing they want to do is actually defend their position. They want to attack science, atheists, anything else other than defend the position they're trying to say should be taught in schools. So I go ahead and give them the chance to do that.
Yep.
Yeah. Sure. Step in the ring, present what you have.
Yeah. Let's quit talking about evolution. You want to teach this other thing. What is this thing you want to teach, and how do you support teaching it? By the way, is that a Star Trek shirt?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Sorry. Okay.
I see my shirt. Chris Mallard does Saturday morning sci-fi, right? Yeah. And they talk a lot of Star Trek, right? Yeah. And I noticed, looking around for a shirt to wear, I saw my Star Trek shirt and I said, oh, I'll wear this. Maybe Chris will stop by. If not, Chris, here's the clip for you. I'm wearing my Star Trek shirt. So hello, damn network. You can clip this, put it on over there. Hello, everybody. Star Trek shirt. What is that? There we go.
Awesome.
All right. Okay.
You look like Captain Kirk.
Okay, it looks like the Converted Man just uploaded a video about that Brad guy. He was going to do some sort of compilation or something, so he just did it.
Where is it?
It's on Do Converted Man's.
So wait, while you're getting that, what makes me worried about you wearing that shirt, Dave, is that which one of us, the guy that is in the red shirt, that isn't going to make it to the end of the show? My wife
bought this for me. And she made the joke that I didn't get your red one on purpose. And I was like, thank you very much. But they did have red ones. So
I think I got the right video there.
You got the video? You want to go ahead.
Oh no, well, yeah, I could.
You want to go ahead, pull it up. We'll look at it. I'm sure it's a shorty. So.
Hold on a minute. I gotta get my shit together. Present.
Yep.
Yeah, I have 106,000. Oh, it's right on top. Oh my God. I'm sharing my screen. Okay. I got it out there, Dave.
Now hold on.
I'm ready to go if you're not.
Wait a minute. I got to.
It's only 4 minutes long.
I have to drop mine and then add yours. There we go.
Okay. You want me to play it? Well,
Go ahead.
Do we want to play the whole thing and take Deconverted Man's views away? I don't know. Maybe we should play the whole. Here we go.
Now let's see what he's got here.
I know he's
I'm so dumb, I think the world is young. I'm so dumb, I don't understand science. I don't want answers. An atheist is boy to me, even though more shoulder than me. I can't catch you, see, that's why I think the world is younger than me. Captain Desk, what a dope.
Okay, everybody out there in chat, go and click that link and give this video a like and a view, and let it run in the background. And then, should I go on playing it, Dave? Or should we?
Deconverted Man said to play. Deconverted Man said you can play it, so go ahead.
No, okay.
He is a mo. I don't like him at all.
He don't like me at all.
Because he was mean to me. Now what about God? Well, I'll
I'm
tell
so
you
mean.
about Jesus who died for you. So you best believe that you'll be really, really sorry. It's true.
No.
Can't you understand that you clueless cows? Ask why they're so loud. Cause see, I've got the biggest ego, nothing to back it up. Not even in volume 3.
Fucking amazing.
Oh, well done.
Brainless still loves life. It's true. I see what you do.
Oh, I didn't even get to the part where you mentioned me.
I see what you do. Because I watch you from across the street.
Might be.
You're watching from across the street. Don't forget, they're manifesting.
So I need to.
Very funny, Deconverted Man.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That wasn't all of it, by the way. I think there's a couple more minutes here. But anyway,
Good.
well, you got to go out there and you got to give them the views and you got to give them a like, because it doesn't have a lot of views. I insist.
Everybody go click on it real quick. Appreciate it.
This is not law. Scientific law doesn't come about until after the hypothesis is tested.
No.
And it's repeatable. It's observable. That's called the scientific method, right? And if you can repeat it, observe it.
No. It's so hard to listen to, isn't it?
I know.
Then it becomes a law, right?
No.
It doesn't become a law. They keep thinking that like this physical law bullshit. They keep thinking that,
Yeah.
which is actually a mathematical equation that we've discovered. We found some relationship, but no, hypotheses in biology do not become laws. Anything but a law.
So move from hypothesis to law. It takes these other things. Well, the problem with the evolutionary process, it is neither repeatable nor is it observable. Now,
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is, and yes, it is. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
I mean, it's so. First of all, the idea of law. He's doing a poor description of a theory and calling it a law, and the difference between laws and theories are laws are the prescriptive thing, theories are the descriptive thing. Whenever the theory is just you observe it and you use those observations. You observe factual things, and that describes the process that you're making a hypothesis about.
Right.
Your conclusion, what makes it step up to the gold standard in science, which is a theory, is that it is observable and repeatable. It's been observed in every occasion that they've tested it, and it always holds up. It is a fact that evolution occurs, but the theory of evolution describes evolution in the things that we didn't observe, because we can't observe it in every creature and every time it happens and every change. So we use our observations to conclude that, hey, every time we've looked at this thing, it happens, so it probably happens in these other things too. And then they make predictions and they check it, and those pan out, so it becomes a theory at some point. He's just he's just kind of straw manning the scientific method. He doesn't know what he's talking about, essentially, is the problem here.
Very true. Also, just as a quick aside there, I'm not sure prescriptive is the right way to describe a law. They're both descriptive. But Austin's here now, but as far as I'm aware, the difference is something like why something happens, which is the theory, and the statement of how something happens, which is the law. And I think that's very basic. So please correct me if anybody knows more to say on that.
Yeah, laws, you math, a mathematical relationship that we've found about some system. And you'll find that more in physics than you'll find anywhere else. But when you get to chemistry, laws are also already getting a little weak to call everything a law. You're talking more about mechanism and kind of
the reason that I say that laws are prescriptive is, in general, they're not. I agree with you, but when you're making a hypothesis and doing your observations, the laws are, in that way, they're prescriptive to the sidelines that you obey going down through there. That's why I said that they're prescriptive.
Yeah,
in that
case.
Case.
A physical law is a statement or mathematical relationship that describes a consistent, repeatable behavior observed in nature. These laws are derived from empirical observations and experiments. They express fundamental principles governing the physical universe. You can't do that in biology, because biology is this complex of environment and organism and all these things together. And as soon as you make a law in biology, you'll find something that violates.
Yeah.
it, so.
Again, I've got a slight problem with that. I mean, in general, you can use the language that way, but of course, people are going to use govern the wrong way, right? And that's why I object to using the word prescription. You can use it that way, Joe. I'm not criticizing that at all. No. I'm just saying that other people will take that out of context and try and say, well, if it's prescriptive, it means that nature or reality follows, right, that particular prescription, right? It is governed by that prescription. And that implies that gives them some implication then of justification behind saying that there is a lawgiver, right?
Right. Sure. No, I understand that, but I'm not altering my language because somebody believes in leprechauns either. So the idea here
fair enough.
is that whenever you decide I'm going to make a hypothesis and I'm going to test this hypothesis, you do it within the confines of those laws, right? You're assuming the laws of nature are going to hold. It's one of the assumptions that we make that gravity is going to continue to be a thing. We do that whenever we set up our hypothesis. So within the confines of the laws of physics and the universe we live in and logic and all that, we set up our hypothesis based on that. So in that way, it's very prescriptive is the right word for it. Now, if somebody wants to take that and twist it into something else, I don't really give a shit. So
I'm glad you brought up gravity, Joe, because I think gravity is a really good example of how to demonstrate the difference in the scientific context between a law and a theory. because there is both a law of gravity and a theory of gravity.
Theory, yeah.
The law of gravity is basically a mathematical equation where gravity or force equals mass 1 times mass 2 divided by the distance between the two objects' radius or centers squared, or r squared. That is the law of gravity. The theory of gravity is an idea about how gravity works, why massive objects attract each other, because they distort the fabric of space-time, basically. So that is an example of the difference between law and theory, and one isn't higher or better than the other. In fact, if one is, probably theory is the higher one, because theories encompass multiple laws and describe and explain how those laws work. Like the theory of evolution, it explains several laws, like the law of monophyly or the law of faunal succession, for instance. So it's wrong to say that a theory is lower than a law. That's not how science works, and I'm surprised these guys don't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, you won't be surprised for long.
You won't be surprised. Yeah.
I watched this video, and it is absolute bottom of the barrel. They say basically every,
Well, don't give it all away. Don't give it all away.
The last 20 years, it's really bad.
Yeah.
And I went through, I watched the whole thing, and I made multiple comments on the original video with timestamps and explaining these things. Like I made a timestamp where they started talking about what was it? How facts and hypotheses are different. There's a hypothesis about evolution, but the fact of evolution that heritable characteristics of populations of living organisms change over time, that is absolutely a fact. That is a fact that doesn't change either. That is a fact, that has been a fact, that will continue to be a fact. The theory of evolution is an idea about how and why heritable characteristics of populations of living organisms change over time. And that has changed somewhat, but not like the cornerstone ideas of it. Little bits of minutia have changed. The biggest thing that has changed is we've gone from what was basically Darwinian gradualism, and Gould invented something called punctuated equilibrium, and we kind of fused those together into something called the modern synthesis that took Darwin's ideas, Gould's ideas, and fused them with genetics. And then there was a lady named Lynn Margulis who came up with ideas about how endosymbiosis, when one microorganism engulfs another microorganism and the smaller microorganism comes a part of the larger microorganism's anatomy. And we basically have fused all of those ideas together into what's called the extended evolutionary synthesis. And that is still somewhat changing. But the cornerstone ideas that heritable characteristics of populations of living organisms change over time, that hasn't changed at all. Nobody's rejecting that. They're just trying to figure out, like Mike said, which one drives which speciation events more. Some people think, no, Darwinian gradualism, that doesn't happen at all. It's all punctuated equilibrium. Of course, Lynn Margulis thinks, neither Darwinian gradualism or punctuated equilibrium are that important. It's the endosymbiosis that matters most.
Horizontal gene
but
transfer.
Of course, creationists take that and they conflate it into, well, nobody really knows, and they're all always arguing about it and just changing their stuff up to, make it work, even though all the observations, they challenge it, and that's not accurate at all.
Right. It just gets
most of the concern in modern evolutionary biology is about modeling. Okay. Yeah. And modeling is never going to be completely accurate, but how you design your models, whether you use neutral evolution or whether you use genetic drift or whatever, it's going to change. So a theory is kind of a word that we use to point at a mountain of literature and ideas and hypotheses. And evolution right now is this giant mountain that's growing every day. It's getting bigger and bigger, spewing out lava, and it has a lot of gyrations. But natural selection and mutation over time is not going to change. Okay, we know that. Those are facts. So
I'm gonna drop out for a second. I'm here at my sister's birthday party, but I will hop back on later if y'all are still going.
Hey, tell her.
All right, Austin.
Yeah, happy birthday from us.
Now, the same argument can be made with creationism, but there's more evidence, more physical evidence that is tangible. We can touch it. It's actually embedded in the ground underneath our feet that point towards the biblical narrative, not
Name one.
Nope.
Name one. Tom.
Name one.
You're fast on the draw, Joe. You're fast on the draw.
Yeah. What
Well,
points
well,
at the
I mean,
biblical
they
narrative?
do
Before I
this.
could get the
They-
words out of my mouth, Joe was like, "Name one."
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're
They-
all right. No, you no, it's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
This is the thing they do. They say that, and they'll be like, well, you know, the fact that we find all these fossils is actually it's evidence for the flood, because that's what we would
Right.
expect to find. And then you're like, well, yeah, but this it fits our theory of evolution and what we expect to see in the geologic column better. So you're just adopting that piece of evidence and saying it points to your conclusion. But if it points to the other conclusion and actually explains it better, then you've really just muddied the water. You didn't do anything. You're just saying nonsense. But they don't ever actually have any evidence that uniquely points to anything to do with creationism.
Yeah, if they really wanted to expand on that flood theory, they were talking about 700-foot tsunamis crashing this way and that way and everything. And okay, if you had a fossil, if you had an animal that got hit by a 700-foot tsunami, that animal would not fossilize, it would vaporize. That's what 700-foot tsunamis vaporize pure solid rock.
So the western seaboard of the United States experienced major tsunamis, ancient tsunamis. And
we had one
we
here
can
outside my
go
door.
look all over the seaboard, in the sea, at the ridge, where the plates meet out in the sea. We can go look at all those things and see when they happened, how big they were, the destruction that it caused, and the evidence that it leaves on land, because there's hydrologic sorting, actual hydrologic sorting that takes place, and you see it spread out: big boulders, smaller rocks, sand. You see that in the geography, geology, whatever you want to call it, of the United States now. And the problem, like you said, if we're going to say that 700-foot tsunamis and all this stuff happened, where did it leave any trace that it happened?
Right. Yep. Right outside my door, there is the result of an 800-foot flood, tsunami, that came through and carved an entire valley in less than 3 days. So Minnesota River Valley, right? And it actually blew apart and melted the rock underneath it, because it was
Liquefaction.
it was going over 100 miles an hour, and it was that high and that much water pressure, right? And it actually melts rock. It isn't going to leave a fossil trace. If it buries a dinosaur, it's going to leave vapor. Anyway, and the other thing is that if biblical creation is right out there, out the front door, I would walk out the front door and I would not see an acorn sprouting and slowly over the course of my lifetime growing into an oak tree. I would see an oak tree popping up. So if I go in my yard and there's an oak tree that wasn't there yesterday, I'm going to become a believer.
Yeah, you got to pray for it.
Yeah, I got to pray for it. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong.
You're not praying right, or you're not facing the right direction, or you're not saying the right words, or you're not believing it enough, or you're not doing it right, no matter how you look.
I don't have faith. I'm kind of afraid the goddamn oak tree would grow right in the middle of my house, pop up in the middle of my house and blow the shit out.
Did you ever see the fake martial arts guy that said, like, well, if he's holding his tongue in his cheek while I do it, I can't knock him out. Or if he holds his toe up on his left foot. Yeah, that's the thing, Mike. You don't have the technique down. You gotta.
Oh, I don't have the technique. Okay.
God wants his head done right.
Yeah.
My boss used to always say, "Yeah, you're not holding your tongue right.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing wrong."
Yep.
Away from the biblical narrative. Lou, you found something really interesting today. Not today. This week, rather. There was an article about something that was found, which I think brings us into a conversation about evidence that has been uncovered.
Ooh,
Yes. So yeah.
Here we go.
What?
All right.
Early in
Evidence,
Wow.
and I looked this up. So here we go.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Where'd you
Let me
find
get.
pull that up.
I want to pull up my. I have notes on this.
I've already
Ooh,
got.
he made nose.
I have notes on this. Where's it at? Comment to creation. No, that's not the one.
Jesus as God, no on display. What's no on display?
Jesus.
What's the
Jesus starts with a G here.
Where is? Maybe it's,
Jesus. Oh, the Megiddo mosaic, that thing. Oh,
I want to tell you about Jesus.
Yeah, here we go. It's a nearly 1,800-year-old mosaic. 1,800 years. All right, this is 200 years after Jesus.
Yep.
Was discovered under a prison in Israel containing the inscription, "The God-loving."
That's a fucking fish.
Yeah,
Is that a fish?
Akaptos
Yeah.
has offered the table to God Jesus Christ as a memorial. It's currently on display in Washington, D.C., and considered one of the earliest affirmations of Jesus' divinity. Well, it's a mosaic 200 years after Jesus is what it is.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's dated to 230, which is about exactly 200 years after Jesus.
What does it look like? Is that a fish?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's multiple.
So what
fish.
does a fish have to do with Jesus?
Remember,
It
There
proves
was
the
an
Bible is
acrostic.
real.
there was an acrostic, ichthus, which in Greek letters spells out the letters Jesus Christ, God's Son, Savior. And the
Is a
story
fish.
goes, I don't know how true this is. Yeah, that's the word for fish. So
Yeah.
people would wear those Jesus fish symbols. You've seen those before on people's cars.
I know, and I never understood them. It's like, what the hell does that mean?
Ichthus, Jesus Christ, God's Son, Savior. There's an iota, there's a chi, a u. Let's see, a theta for theos for God, huios, son.
Oh, the Greek letter?
Yeah,
I have a. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. The basically like we like to use acrostics, they like to use acrostics back then, and that's where you get ichthus, the acrostic for Jesus Christ, God's Son, Savior.
My question, I have a question about this, and maybe the article answers it. I don't know, but like, so a prisoner did this 230 years after the fact, while during the height of the rise of Christianity in that area, and I mean, so I don't understand what they're trying to like. How does a prisoner who believed that cause, drawing something or carving something or whatever, how does that connect to say that anything's true? I don't understand where they're making the leap at.
Yeah, Jesus Christ of God, Son, Savior. That's the Ichthos acronym. That's a hell of a stretch.
Yeah. I mean,
So
even
they found
if
a picture of a fish.
Even if you give that, how does it tie to the claim that any of it's true?
The only thing they can claim, and I would probably think of other scholars might agree with this, is all that shows is that certain factions of Christianity by the year 230 thought of Jesus as God. No, actually, no, it doesn't have to be that. If it's the ichthus angle, let me just preface this by saying the guy who carved that
Mike's got a fish.
had another idea in mind, or there might have been another symbolization, another symbol of Christ involving a fish that I'm not aware of. But if it's the ichthus thing, all that means is they thought he was God's Son and Savior. That's not really about the divinity of Christ.
Well,
God's Son could also mean a favored one.
And what's surrounding the rest of it too? You know what I mean? it seems to be centered in on one part.
The last.
You see what I'm
gospel-
saying? Yeah.
The last
Go ahead,
gospel-
Joe. Sorry.
Sorry, I don't mean to.
No, you're all right. Go ahead. Go ahead,
The
Joe.
last gospel to be written though was John, and John is the one where they start claiming that Jesus is God, and they get more into the all the you must accept Jesus as God stuff. So this would have been closest to that event. So why would again, like they read this thing or heard this story and they believe it's true, but how does it point to anything other than that in any way?
Hey, we have a question
I'm giving
here.
a lot of charity here too.
we got a question, and it's Joe, Mike, whoever wants to take it on. How could birds evolve from lizards if they are so dissimilar?
Look at a turkey. Look at a turkey and pluck a turkey and take a look at that thing, and then pull up a lizard and take a look at that. And they aren't that dissimilar.
Yeah.
Yes, study their bone structure and study their anatomy. And
lizards
then,
evolved from
Yeah,
dinosaurs.
yeah.
Yeah, you've got
And one more thing, really slowly.
Yeah.
Not like it's the lizard and the next day it's a turkey.
So the example I always use is that if you accept that there's adaptation and there's little small changes in microevolution, one of the pillars of evolution is deep time, and so once you apply the fact, and we observe all that shows that deep time is true, but whenever you apply that to it, those small changes over millions or billions of years, eventually you're going to make so many small changes that the thing you have is unrecognizable to the thing you started with. And so we call it something different. And that is macroevolution. That's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the usual retort, excuse me for being jokey, but the usual retort here is, how do you know? Anybody other than Mike was there?
Yeah.
Well,
were you there? Well, Mike was there.
so.
That's
Mike
what we
was
have
there.
here. Mike was there.
I just asked Mike.
Yeah, I was there, but I was high as fuck.
The you weren't there thing, I just flip their arguments back on them when they do that. Well, you weren't there to make these claims about Jesus either. So is that where we're going to stop? At least I have observations that you would expect to see if my claim is true. You don't. So
John says, yeah, dissimilar. Ever really look at a chicken? So,
they have like their legs look like scales and stuff. It's really cool.
yeah.
I've got a 500-page book here on homology and how they figure out that they're similar and what they go through, and it goes through all of the bones, just tons of them. And it's like I say, it's 500 pages.
Appreciate the question, Andrew, and yeah, hello, Stephanie's here. Hi, Stephanie, and who else? And John's here. And Randy's here. Nerdy Rodin is here.
Oh, hey, Nerdy.
All the best folks stopping through. Hello, everybody.
Damn.
All the best people.
Yeah,
All the best people.
Speaking of, have you ever seen a chicken? Just imagine how rich Colonel Sanders would have been back in those days.
Yeah.
Bronto burgers.
So I got an interesting picture right here that somebody did as sort of an illustration of how many bones between a chicken and a man and a human are similar, basically. And I've never seen it done this way before, but they basically stretched the chicken out and showed you all the similarities in the bones. And this book, like I say, goes through in utter detail, like down to the joints and the phalanges and everything. And it's pretty incredible.
You can find ones about dinosaurs that start with the avian dinosaurs and shows all the transitions that we've found so far and how the bones changed little by little. I love those charts. Those are neat. That's an old one.
Yeah, this guy, Brian Hall, I mentioned him in the description of the last video I did, the one I did today. He has a ton of books on morphology of the bones and evolution of limbs. He's got one called Fins to Limbs, and they are huge volumes that go through all the information. So it isn't like like the evolutionists just looked at this and saw a slight similarity and said, "Oh, that must have come from the same ancestor." No, they go through this in utter detail, right down to the cell. So I mean, don't fall for this bullshit.
Here you go. Don't fall for the bullshit, folks.
Don't fall for the bullshit. Yeah, do your own research. Oh, here we go.
Absolutely. Breaking
Here's a
news,
good one.
right?
Here's a really good one. A fin and a limb. Okay. That shows basically these things, the fingers, the phalanges actually developed after, but all of these bones here, basically these two bones here, match those wrist bones right there. That bone matches, and then the phalanges, the autopodia, developed afterwards. Basically, they came out from the ends of the wing here, that sort of thing. But he goes through this in some detail. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So anyway,
that's one of the predictions that Darwin made that ended up being like what didn't confirm, but was strong evidence for natural selection, as he talked about it found in Archaeopteryx, and they found it, and that they would see the bones fuse in the
and the only thing they got wrong is the fingers. The fingers were a later extension, basically off the very tip of the wing. They got that part wrong. So there's a whole lot of controversy 50, 60 years ago until they settled that the autopodia, which is your fingers, came out later. So
yeah,
they developed, I think, from little buds on the end of those
nubs.
bones. So,
those are nubs.
Nubs, yeah, the penis nub. Yeah, made by Jim Bob's penis nub.
And I want to take a moment to remind everybody, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe below. And while you're down there, check into the description. You'll find links for all the fine folks that are joining us on the panel here, as well as links to other things like Joe's affiliate and Bree's merch store and Joe's merch store, and a link to the video that we're reviewing, all in the description. So make sure you check that out, as well as I believe Mike linked a bunch of other sources. Or well, no, that was earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was earlier. Never mind. Never mind that. Yeah, everything else though is in the description. Sorry, we did a video earlier too. If you missed it, go check that one out too. We were talking about Calvin, the Answers in Genesis Canada guy, and we had an interesting discussion about that earlier today.
Yep.
I love it when archaeology points towards the Bible. Amen.
No, this is just a mosaic 200 years after Jesus.
Where do they talk about the fish in the Bible? Do they?
No.
Well,
no.
And once again, though,
what the Bible true?
What's the rest of this mosaic, right? What is the rest of this mosaic? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is there a story being told? Is there stuff that they purposely don't want you to see in this picture? You know what I mean? So, but again, though, this is like saying Josephus wrote about Jesus.
Yeah,
100 so years after. It's like, okay, you know, and Joe, get out pencil and paper and write down something about Jesus. Okay. Joe just wrote down something about Jesus. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
But this is way after the time of Jesus. So it doesn't really matter if you had an art depiction or a story hundreds of years after Jesus, if you can't corroborate it or anything, or you're just saying, yeah, there's a bunch of Christians that have a new religion, and that's all they're really saying, right?
This is equivalent to the guy just writing down Jesus exists.
I hate to say this to them, but the Roman Empire converted to Christianity under Constantine in about 395. So what are you saying? That because there's Roman remains of pointing to Christianity, that Jesus existed? I think that's 400 years too late, by the way.
Right. Same thing, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Same stuff.
And as for the fish being the first like symbol of Christianity. Like, you know, when did Christianity start? Could you give me the exact date that happened? Because, like, when you speak to scholars, there's some variance on whether Paul wrote in like 40 AD or 50 AD or 70 AD, right? Or 36 AD, right? There's a wide variety of scholarship.
Yeah, and then how long did it? Yeah, how long to get it around everybody to start doing the same thing, right? Yeah, that takes a while.
And then Paul, right, never really started any kind of like crucifix cult, right? There's no, he makes no mention of some kind of symbology about all Christians should be under this particular banner. Right? That was done probably by Gnostics, if anybody. There's certainly some proof of the Egyptian Gnostics in about 200 AD. Coming up with some kind of symbolism.
I found an article about this particular inscription.
Sorry, let me just finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that of course was Greek, which was the omega like sign. So it's just wrong to say it's fish. Even I think
that's what I was going to mention. Yeah, they had the omega sign too. Go ahead, Scott.
I found an article from the Jerusalem Post with the same headline. This is from a 2024 article. If you hurry, you can go see it in Washington, D.C. yourself because it's supposed to leave in July. But it says the mosaic bears several inscriptions in Greek, each shedding light on early Christian life. One of the most significant inscriptions reads, "The God-loving Akeptus has offered the table to God Jesus Christ as memorial." The dedication is now recognized as the earliest archaeological evidence of Jesus called God. The reference to Akeptus suggests she was a woman of high standing who played an important role in the community by donating a table used for communion. So basically,
that's not true.
Basically, what's not true?
That this isn't the earliest mention of Jesus. It's
no,
not.
Jesus as being called God.
It's not that.
Well, I also found that there was a discrepancy in how that's interpreted too. Different sites interpret it differently as well.
Right.
So
yeah, once again, the scientific process has to take place. There has to be discussion about what it means. And remember, not all Christian groups held the belief that Jesus was God.
Right.
They had a different Christology. They had a different soteriology. And Jesus being God was at first just a fraction of them, and they became the dominant group. But at that time, it's just way too early to say that this means everybody thought Jesus was God, or even that Jesus taught that he was God.
Do you think 1,000 years from now they're going to find the Leprechaun movies and they're going to say, "See, this is proof that all that Leprechaun lore is true"?
Yeah.
I mean, I just
some will. The people who really need that kind of affirmation might make that jump, but hopefully they'll have people that are more level-headed to say, no, all this shows is that there was a leprechaun mythology that people made movies about, and that weren't really even about the leprechauns or like the leprechauns of 1,000 years ago or whatever. So,
but it points.
It doesn't prove anything about the Bible, right? It's just mentioning Jesus, right? This doesn't prove the Bible. That's their claim, right? That it proves the Bible is true. How does this prove the Bible is true?
Not in any way.
No, it at most it proves that somebody back in the days thought it was true.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
It's quite clear as well. I think it's Tacitus that says there are a group of people calling themselves Christians that worship the Anointed One or something.
Yeah, and that again was well after the time of Jesus, and there was a new religion. It would be just like mentioning, there's a new religion worshiping whatever,
and it predates this.
Yeah. Hello, Purple. How you doing? Good to see you.
Hi, Purple.
And wasn't also like if it's all correct, like the Jesus that they mentioned was opposed to Christianity.
Yeah,
the way
they
it's
don't
now.
say Jesus. They don't say Jesus. They say Christ.
Yeah.
They call him the Christ. And interestingly enough, there is another reference in another book somewhere to somebody called Jesus, right? Which is not the Jesus they're talking about of Nazareth. So
Yeah, it's literally
the
just
whole
the word Jesus.
the guy's name is Jesus, right?
Yeah.
So there's at least two Jesuses running around saying very similar things, right? And the Christians want to believe that they have a uniqueness about them, you know, because Tacitus, who is a kind of paid employee, so to speak, you know, of the politics, or at least of the right side of the politics.
John said monkeys can fly because he saw a wizard. So
Yep.
there you go.
Go.
That's just so you know. Sorry, go ahead.
Multiple
Simon.
witness accounts. I saw the wizard too. So that's two witnesses. If we get a third, it's a fact.
Well, I saw a
There you
film with the wizard in.
Did you see the wizard though, and then keep believing that the giant all powerful head was true, like that was real?
Yeah, see, that's if you walk out of the room and miss that part, it has a whole different meaning, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you took a restroom break at just the right time, yeah, it could totally ruin the Oz for you.
Well, the film I saw with the wizard in literally had Sean Connery in. So I don't know. That sounds proof to me.
Well, I can't argue that.
You know, there's like some deep philosophy in how that's portrayed, because you have this whole world that there's a guy who has created this all-powerful wizard who lives at the end of a golden road, and this all-powerful wizard should be feared and obeyed, and it's only through him that you can be I don't want to say saved, but it's only through him you can get the things that you want. And
Only way you can get back
then
to
they
Kansas.
find out that it's actually a guy just using that to control the masses, which is a good comparison to modern day religion.
Yeah, it's a good analogy.
And Purple said something about Jesus H. Christ. We did look that up. H is the middle letter in Jesus's name in one of the languages. So technically, it's the middle letter in his name. So that's where the H comes from.
It stands for Haribo. He's sponsored.
Wasn't his middle name F? Jesus fucking Christ.
I thought it.
Yeah,
I
good
thought it
point.
was. I thought it was H tap dancing Christ.
Yeah, or you could put a mother in there too before that. Yeah, it depends how badly you stubbed your toe or smashed your thumb with the hammer, right?
for a while, I thought that was my name because when I was a little kid, my mother would always Jesus H Christ. It's like, oh, what do you want, Mom?
All right, well, guys, I don't think these guys are going to I don't think they're proving the Bible with this.
Has happened consistently, you know, and the biggest win, you know, there's been a lot of archaeological finds that point towards the Bible, which help corroborate all of the stories within the Bible. But this some are even telling this isn't as big.
Whoa. All the stories in the Bible are corroborated by one piece of archaeology. I mean, come on, guys. Think about what you're saying, please.
They're basically saying that the Bible was written a long time ago and there was some history back then.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
They say since archaeology confirms that some of these people and places existed in the Bible, then all the stories must be true. But there's no archaeological evidence that points to the stories being true, just some of the people and places.
Yeah, so there must be There must be a
Jace-
Castle Rock, Maine, because everything else Stephen King wrote about in Maine, all those towns exist. So Castle Rock must be real too, right?
Yeah, and all the town, Castle Rock is very Maine-ish as well in its
Yeah,
description,
it is.
so it has to be.
Yeah.
Has to be real.
Has to be real. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brainless.
No, and like from what I've heard, like the JC that was crucified because like the whole letting one criminal go was not Jesus Christ, was Julius Caesar, most likely.
And I was just watching a documentary on Jericho, and they believe that they have legitimately found where Jericho was, and they did find the walls that were collapsed. They also found evidence of an earthquake. So
Yeah, there was a couple of centuries before it could have been Joshua too. So
right, and then there's a discrepancy on the timeline. Yeah, that all comes in too. However, it wasn't that it was brought down by them playing trumpets. It was brought down because of an earthquake. So yeah, if you listen to let's say half the documentary, right, and you miss the part about the earthquake, you could say, see, they found the city and the walls came down. That proves the Bible, leaving out that it was an earthquake. Okay.
So
Go ahead, Simon.
What you're saying here basically is the oldest city on earth, Jericho, right, has walls which have fallen down.
Mud brick walls.
Mud brick wall, and they fell down, right, within a few thousand years. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that is evidence. I will grant them that.
But
The retaining wall is still there, though. The retaining wall that was built out of stone is still there.
Yeah. So what I like,
But it was the soft mud brick walls up on top, that made their little walls. That is what collapsed, and that will collapse easily in an earthquake.
So
The rest of
Brainless
it's still there. Yeah.
Before Brainless goes, what I liked was that there were some walls in the Bible. It says which way the walls fell. Right, so there's some archaeology was done, and it shows that the walls fell in the opposite direction. And then, of course, somebody decided to go down there and prove the opposite. So they went round the other side and proved that some of the walls fell inwards instead of outwards.
Yeah, it was.
And of course, walls don't always just fall in the same direction.
Yeah, so there was. Yeah, it was partial collapses in certain areas. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and if one section of wall falls in that direction, it must be true that there was a band of people blowing horns.
It must be trumpets.
But,
must be trumpets.
No, but now I'm going to be devil's advocate. Well, God's advocate. This guy's.
Go ahead.
They say no, but yes, it shows up like an earthquake, but that was created by the trumpets.
Yeah.
Caused the earthquake.
We do not have access to what type of trumpets they were using. This is true. So maybe the trumpets just had that killer bass like Jess is always kicking out in Joe's videos. And mud brick isn't that strong, right?
Yeah, I saw that at a Led Zeppelin concert once.
Yeah.
By the time they got to the Bible, by the time they got to the Bible, it would have been a lot more than mud brick. I can assure you.
But it was interesting, though, that once again, I was thinking when I was watching it that if you didn't watch the whole thing, you could come away totally different views on this documentary. And the one expert they had was. As a young man, was working under the woman that did the big discovery there back in the day. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but she's the one that documented, all the layers and the excavation and everything, and that it was probably Jericho, and an earthquake collapsed, like I say, the soft walls, but the retaining walls are still there. So, yeah, you could see that, and surely take away that it was God's wrath, right? I mean, if you're going to say God caused the earthquake, right? I think isn't there other mentions of God causing an earthquake to help in a battle or something? You could take the parting of the Red Sea, I don't see why God couldn't intervene with a earthquake as well if you want to take it that far. But it doesn't seem to be any evidence that it was trumpets. That's all I'm saying. Unless it's
Trying to figure out Andrew's question.
Andrew has a question.
He does. He says something about unnatural structural dynamics in dinosaurs.
I guess he's thinking of very big animals.
Unnatural. What's unnatural about the dinosaur structure?
I don't know.
Very big.
Did they find those computer chips that NASA's been trying to cover up in all the dinosaur bones?
How can you get very big animals? Mike?
I don't know what he's talking about. I'm not sure.
We need more details.
They had really.
I asked him to be specific, but
backward facing bird-like hips they have, but so does the bird, right?
Yeah, that's not necessarily unnatural. It's different.
Well, that's what
long necks, really long necks.
Some descendant of reptiles branches off, develops new characteristics. They evolve into dinosaurs, which develop new characteristics. So it's not unnatural. It's just maybe unique, but that's not the same as unnatural.
I'm not sure what he means. Not sure. Basically, birds share a lot of things with dinosaurs, like the head ornaments and what the hell? Head crest, backward-facing pubis, extremely long necks. I mean, they share a lot of characters. If you look at a turkey, man, when I see a flock of turkeys coming at me, I think little Tyrannosaurus Rex things, and they're scary.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, depends on how many mushrooms I've taken.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he says a new one here. Many dinosaur skeletons and reconstructions feature bipedal monsters like the T-Rex with a forward-leaning torso and a head far larger and heavier than its counterbalancing tail.
You're just wrong.
Okay, birds don't have that.
He's just wrong. The T-Rex, the way it's shaped, its hips and legs perfectly hold its weight, and you don't actually know anything about the weight of its tail because reconstructions of dinosaurs have been criticized for shrink wrapping and everything else. All we have is the bones. You don't know anything about the weight of the tail or the head really, but the way that they're designed, their weight stands over their hips. Just, I mean, they're fine. That's not actually a problem. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
How's that unnatural? What about that is unnatural?
Yeah.
There's a question about its balancing. I guess that would depend on when infleshed where the center of gravity is. But that may be I don't know. It may be an unanswered question right now. But how is that unnatural? That doesn't seem to fit the criteria.
I mean, to me, it sounds like he's standing there looking at a dinosaur fossil, a completed fossil of a T-Rex, and saying that thing doesn't exist, which is kind of crazy, I think. But
well, they used to depict the T-Rex as having a different stance than it actually had. It would be more upright. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like bird-like theropods. Let's see. Yeah, studies of dinosaur fossils show that bird-like theropods, Deinonychus, what did I know how to say that? Velociraptor had similar limb and tail structures. So, I mean, birds do look like dinosaurs to me. I don't know. Let's see. Monster-like design. I'm asking ChatGPT to look into what he said. I can't find anything. You'd have to link us to a paper or something that tells us exactly what you're talking about.
I don't understand, like, even if by saying that, what it is he's trying to assert.
Right. It would still, I mean, even if the tail was bigger and counterbalanced, basically, I mean, over time, you're going to end up with variations in that center of gravity, right? I mean, as speciation happens, it can change. That is not surprising. There's no basic morphology that's different. So
looking at that thing and saying, "Hey, that looks funny to me," doesn't mean anything. I mean, it's okay, but it doesn't. I don't know what you are trying to support with that comment. Is what I'm getting at. Like,
there may be the implication in that one way you can read it is that they faked the reconstruction, and that in real life it couldn't be that way. So they're faking it. Is kind of what I see implied. But yeah, I would definitely need to know what the question is.
Yeah, turkeys have shorter tails, but but I mean that's a change that's really easy. I mean that can go back and forth in a clade, length of tail, length of neck, that sort of thing. I mean that's not surprising. Length is not a surprising change in biology at all from one generation to the next. Like there are people like there's a slight difference in where your bicep attaches to your bone that makes some people able to curl 20% more than anybody else with the same muscle mass. I mean, that's pretty common variation within humans.
Yeah, like the people who compete in the strongest man in the world competitions, world's strongest man, I forget what the hell it's called, but the people who compete in that stuff like are genetic freaks essentially. Like they have genetics on their side and their muscles are but there's variation. The human race has an extreme amount of variation, a lot more than a lot of other species of animals.
Yeah, when you look into developmental biology, it becomes very obvious how easy that is to vary just based on a few nucleic acids changing.
Sure.
In a regulatory region or whatever. So.
Okay, now what I see with from Copilot concerning whether T-Rex's tail could balance its heavy head with a front-leaning torso is that there is controversy about whether the tail was used just for balance or if it served other roles, such.
Yeah.
I mean,
so at least it looks like in the discussion.
You're cutting out, Scott, by the way. I mean, just to say, I mean, Dave does all right. Dave does all right with his massive counterbalance, doesn't he? So,
maybe he had a big old schlong that drug the ground and helped him balance.
No, they had nubs. They had nubs back then because schlongs hadn't evolved yet.
Can you hear me all right? Am I back on?
Yeah,
he was probably.
Yeah, I had a glitch. I don't know. I got kicked off, so we'll have to find where we were here. I don't remember.
I kicked you out.
Look what God just did to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. The internet demons found me. All of a sudden, I got the message: no internet access. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Are you back, Scott? Well, Dave's looking for the spot.
Yes, I am back.
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're coming through loud and clear.
All right, let's see if we can pick up where we are here.
It points to the fact that.
How do people even play trumpets then?
How do you play trumpet?
Yeah, I mean, surely you
gotta buzz your lip.
You purse your lips together and go.
Surely you just fall over.
Oh, yeah, because of all that extra weight in the front.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
But like I was saying, the controversy isn't about whether the tail could balance it. It's about whether that was its only role in the movement of the T-Rex. There may be more discussion. There may be other controversies, but that's just what I could get in a summary from from Copilot.
Andrew may have a paper for us if he, can post it, that sort of thing, or give us the name of a paper where you can illustrate what you're talking about. We'll take a look at it and answer it. There's some concern, or a creationist article. That could be another possibility. Andrew may have a creationist article, which we will also take and listen to.
Thanks for the subscriptions. I'm up to 470 subscribers. Woohoo!
You're catching up to me so fast, Dave.
We get 30 more. We need 30 more, folks. You need if 30 of you watching right now are not subscribed, make sure you subscribe below and subscribe to everybody else whose links are all in the description below as well. Appreciate it very much.
Me.
Including me over there.
Me. Everybody click that share button so more people can subscribe. Share the stream. Tell them we do this every week.
We can get some Bigfoot emojis too. That would be really fun. And I know everybody wants to spam the chat with Bigfoot emojis.
Yep.
All right, let's see if we can find it.
There was a fast-moving flood that are fast. The way they look at things, and especially geological evidence. Like, for example, the narrative of the flood. People say that it's impossible that there could have been a global flood, but yet there's that point, geological evidence that points
Mount St. Helens.
The fact that there was a global, fast-moving flood.
Name one.
No. Absolutely none at all. There's plenty of evidence for different environments. Yeah.
Well, there was a big one in Washington. There was a big one in Washington, a couple of them, and there were some in Minnesota. And when the glaciers melted, we had a few big floods, but not global.
Right.
Don't forget about the time the Mediterranean spilled over into the Black Sea due to some geologic, rift.
The evidence for those floods is actually how we know with great confidence that a worldwide flood did not occur.
Right? Yeah. And that one in Washington, I don't recall anybody talking about how there were millions of fossils made by that flood. There were no fossils. The ground was scrubbed clean all the way to the Pacific. So I don't think any fossils survived. I don't know what they're talking about.
Just right here in the United States, down the center of the United States, literally stretching from the Canadian border all the way down into South America, there is this band of thousands and thousands and thousands of dinosaur bones, all sort of in the same place.
What?
I don't know what he's talking about, really. I mean, unless he's talking about the big, dinosaur area out there. Was it in Montana or something like that?
So there are sites where, because of natural processes, we find large deposits of many fossils mixed up together. But again, we know that we can look at either earthquakes or flooding or multiple issues. Mudslides are a big one that caused this. But we can actually look and see that this doesn't match what we normally see. It's an anomaly. And then we look around and we find the evidence for those local floods, even super floods. But if you had a worldwide flood, everywhere we found fossils would be that way. There would be nowhere where they're organized into their individual layers and you only find them in their layers. That wouldn't occur. But that the anomaly is not the norm. It's the anomaly.
Yeah, there is no single continuous strip of dinosaur bones in the same exact stratigraphic layer stretching from Canada to South America. There are a lot of dinosaur bones, different parts, strips. And then, in central United States, there was that giant ocean for a while. Canada, or what was it, Nevada and Utah and all that. But no, I don't know what he's talking about. He's going to have to give citations.
The glaciers came quite far south, even into the States, didn't they?
Yeah, they went about as far as Chicago. They didn't go down to Texas or down to South America.
But when they melted, they flooded into very large lakes, which flooded down towards the coast.
Yeah, I think Mississippi, was created by glaciers. I'm not entirely sure about the Mississippi basin. But I know out in Washington, there was a huge 800-foot high flood there. That when a gigantic ice dam. In fact, it happened 20 times. It broke and then it filled up.
It's considered a super flood. There were it
and
flooded like more than half of the United States.
Native Americans were living here during some of those floods. Can you imagine how horrifying that would have been to look up and see an 800-foot wall of water? Of course, the wind going in front of it would have blown you. It would have killed you before the impact of the water did. But yeah, it must have been something. I would love to see that. I used to make dams.
I would love to see that from space, even.
Yeah, I used to make dams
from a distance.
We'd make these big dams and then we'd break them and watch the water. No, we love that. I don't know why. It's fun to watch.
But all of those floods left evidence of them happening, and floods do mix up dinosaur bones and stuff when they wash out these canyons and everything else. But again, like whenever you see, oh hey, there were glaciers and we see the Grand Canyon here, down at the end of where this canyon is somewhere, we should find where it pushed that material that was within those layers, and so you do find deposits of bones mixed up and stuff, but it's rare, and it's always associated with some natural disaster, air quote.
And like a landslide can cover a fossil and then it fossilizes in place, but I don't recall a giant flood doing that. I mean, that's
right. No, the flood washed out.
I never understood that. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. In fact, they still find fossils that way.
Yeah. So before you go again, Dave, do you know, the more I look at these guys, the more I'm starting to like them. And then of course you hit play and it all goes back to the beginning.
It points to the fact that there was a fast-moving flood or fast-moving water that caused this event to happen. But if you're a evolutionist, if you're somebody who believes in
evolution,
secular science, you might look at that and say, oh, it's just sort of a coincidence.
Whoa. What is secular science?
Those two things are not even related to each other.
What?
And we got the Grr stepping through. Hello, Grr. Good to see you. Grr. You give a good big Grr. All right.
Yeah, don't tell Newton about secular science, will you? For goodness sake.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Right.
There we go.
But this is always just to set up, it's that atheist science, and it's like
absolutely,
nonsense.
The craziest statement that he's made so far. If you're an evolutionist, then you don't agree with that. You think you believe in the geologic column, but that's geology. It has nothing to do with evolution.
Yeah. Well, I like this because, like, you know, that term evolution has become in the hands of these fundamentalists something so generic that literally all evolution means in their mind is something changing.
Yeah,
sounds a little woke. Sounds a little woke.
That's how bad it's got. The Big Bang is basically the universe evolving. You know.
Right. Yeah. We're going to get into Kent Hovind's 6 different kinds of evolution. Is that what's about to happen?
Oh, is it? Somebody said, okay, he's numbered them. Oh, all right.
Thousands of years, rather than being the way the flood waters laid down the layers.
I've just had another thought, actually. Sorry. That means that when you translate that into Aristotle's language, that means there is an unevolved evolver.
Well, sure.
Sounds a little sexual, really, doesn't it?
Also, when he just said when the flood laid down the layers, so how does water lay down layers? It hydrologically sorts them. That's not what we observe. That's in places where floods happened. That's how we know they happened. But in the geologic column, it's not organized that way at all. In fact, it's we know that it's not that's not the cause of the layers in the geologic column.
Yeah, we had mentioned this earlier, that they found different environments a long time ago in the layers. So there is no evidence of this one big event. It just doesn't exist.
But also, like, just the simple fact of where the fuck would they get all the water from, and where did it go afterwards? Like,
the other irony I love about this is that, of course, they deny that the dinosaurs were wiped out 65 million years ago in this mass extinction event. And for that, there is global evidence. Right? So I love that kind of irony. I just completely dig. They think they've got evidence for a flood 6,000 years ago, or some shit, whatever, 5,000 years ago. And yet they completely deny the scientific evidence when it comes to the KT boundary. I think that's just brilliant.
And and that's just one of many different examples of evidence. I'm going to say the keyword circumstantial evidence is important.
That's right.
When we're looking at the plausibility of Christianity,
Right.
or the hope that God did create the world, and so on and so forth. And a lot of evolutionists, just like they want to go down the path of science, and what there's a saying here.
The path of science.
Evolution.
Okay.
I mean, they want to use science.
Yeah.
How dare they?
What are they supposed to be using? Right. Well, I know the Bible, right? Sorry. I should know better.
That science, you observe and you, test or something like that?
So the scientific method, it has to be observable, measurable, repeatable,
That's right.
And those three things really, and I think there's 6 levels, if you will, to the scientific method, but those are the 3 biggies, right? So we need to be able to see, touch, repeat, measure, the things that we're seeing, that becomes a scientific method.
Okay,
so
pause.
You mentioned
How does that apply to the flood? Can we repeat the flood? Can we observe the flood? Can we measure the flood? The global
Yeah,
flood.
I remember that time I was immersed in global waters and swept across the planet. Yeah, I was there. I observed it. I touched it.
So he's criticizing geologists, basically inferring what happened in the past, but how does he do that with the flood? He's doing the same thing, right? He's claiming that modern formations support his idea. And of course, we know they don't.
When guys like this start talking about the science shows that there was a global worldwide flood, tell me that you only read creationist website literature without telling you only read creationist websites.
You're giving it away. They do mention stuff if we get that far.
Substantial evidence, which is interesting. So the junior high school classes that I taught for a while, we would talk about circumstantial evidence.
Oh my goodness!
Okay, he's a teacher. I'm taking it.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness!
Yep.
This reminds me of Calamity Chill.
So if you took a jigsaw puzzle, right, and you don't see the
Now pay attention to this. He's going to explain science and evolution and the scientific method and the theory and everything pretty well in this analogy without understanding that he is.
picture on the box. You're going to start taking those little itty bitty pieces, and each piece will eventually become a bigger picture. I mean, I know it's very rudimentary or, really simplistic in its explanation, but each one of those little fragments of the bigger picture points to the bigger picture.
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Eventually, you're going to work out what the picture is that you're trying to recreate, and that will help you put more pieces in.
And even if you don't know what it is, you could still, it's a little more difficult, but you could still put the puzzle together, right?
Yeah. There's even puzzles where that's actually the goal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot harder to do it that way. It's a lot easier to look at the picture, but you can do it without looking at the picture. And that's what often you have to do in the lab is you don't have that picture in front of you, right? You're just working with the pieces, just as he's describing. But I don't think he understands it both ways, right? As I think Mike was just saying.
I want to address
if you
something he said a little bit earlier too, where he said, "Oh, science has to be observable, repeatable, and testable."
Mm-hmm.
Kind of. It's not like you have to be able to repeat a phenomena that took millions of years itself in order for it to be science. You have to have tests that generate reproducible results, experiments that are repeatable. The phenomena itself doesn't need to be repeatable. The tests that substantiate our understanding of the phenomena have to be repeatable. Like, we can't repeat the solar system. You know, we can't make a tiny Earth on Earth and put a tiny sun and, replicate, but we still know how celestial movement works because we have experiments that substantiate our understanding of that. This is something that creationists do a lot. Science deniers in general do a lot, where they pretend like you have to be able to repeat the phenomena itself, and that is not accurate.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't never really say what they mean. I'm sorry, you start it and I start talking.
That's right. Go ahead.
They never really say what they intend for you to have to observe. Do you have to observe the pine tree coming from the fish or something? What do they want you to observe?
Yeah,
it's one thing that evolutionary theory has been good at is predicting where things might be, or such as the Tiktaalik, where, okay, given what we know about geology, given what we know about the evolution of life, the kind of life I'm looking for should be at this rock layer. Where on Earth is this rock layer left? It's way up there north near Canada or something. I forget exactly where Neil Schumann, if that's his name, I can't remember if that's where he found it, but he found a 350 million year old fossil called Tiktaalik that had those sweet transitional characteristics between fish and quadra, whatever. I can't remember the scientific name. You'll have to help me, guys. But anyways, there's a predictability in evolutionary theory, which has helped us a lot, along the way.
And no matter what you do, I was just talking about Lucy the other day, and they said, well, where's this transition halfway between a human and an ape? And it's like, here's Lucy, right? And they'll say, but Lucy's got ape features and human features. And it's like, yeah, that's what you're asking for.
That is the definition of transition. Fucking hell.
So yeah, this is exactly what you're asking for. Here's Lucy. There you go. And again, it's just like right over the head, or they're just intentionally going to give you some spin on it or something.
Wasn't there a TV show in the '60s called "Here's Lucy"? One of Lucille Ball's sitcoms.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to do some editing work with Australopithecus and clips from "Here's Lucy."
There you go. That'd be a good one. That'd be a good one.
Scott, I think the word you were looking for was tetrapod.
Okay, thank you, tetrapod.
Yes, because Tiktaalik was a pivotal transitional species between ocean tetrapods and land tetrapods. It had features that no other species of fish that we know of around that time had. Like, it had a neck, and it had tetrapodal fins. It had fins that allowed it to walk on land as well as swim in the water. It had a bunch of those kind of features, and it's a big piece of vertebrate evolution. And vertebrate evolution is huge for evolutionary theory and evolutionary science, because vertebrates, they have incredibly common morphology. They have a ton of homologous features. Like even now, my hand, the bone structures in my hand are virtually the same as the bone structures in a whale's front flipper. They're the same structures in like a cat's leg, and they have all these different things that we use them for. We use them for climbing and swimming and all kinds of different functions, but they have the same basic structure, which we call homologous in evolutionary science and evolutionary theory. And Tiktaalik, they were able to predict its existence based on all of these common morphologies that pretty much all vertebrates have. Like a really fascinating one is if you pick about just any vertebrate, it has basically the same number of neck vertebra. Almost every single vertebrate on the planet has 7 neck vertebra. Even a giraffe has 7 neck vertebra, which is, pretty mind-blowing considering how different its neck is from our neck. But they still have that exact same number of vertebra. It's like slapping you in the face that these things have common ancestry. But creationists, of course, just say, oh, well, that's because of common design or something like that.
Yeah, no, but like
piece is
I
missing.
would say if you would design it, like if you think like, oh, this neck is gonna be longer, I would put in more bones.
Yeah.
That's I don't know, like
it's
saying
a
like,
very
oh, yeah,
strong piece of evidence that all these structures come from common ancestry because precisely like you say, if you're going to make a neck that's like 20 times longer than other vertebrates' necks, you would think there would be more vertebra in there, but no, that's not really the way it works.
Yeah, no, like even only just like look how difficult it is for a giraffe to drink water. Like that is a bad design. It works, but it's a bad design.
Yes.
Like if they would have more vertebrae in their neck, like they could bend their neck and they could drink.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's actually quite stupid. Fuck. But I could figure that out and they can't.
Brainless has spoken. Take heed, folks.
At some point, there'll be enough of them that you'll be able to identify what the picture actually is.
Right.
And that's the sort of bits of evidence that we're finding through these archaeological digs and through the geological studies that people are undertaking right now to look into how things began, where our source of origins is.
Yeah, that's what real scientists are doing.
And it contradicts the Bible.
The problem is, I don't think they like what the real scientists are doing, so to speak.
He's actually, I think what he's doing here is he's basically he's talking about a webcomic that actually is making fun of creationists because it's 2 little toy rabbits putting together a puzzle, and one rabbit is talking about how the picture on the box that the puzzle came out of says it's a duck, so there's no need to put the puzzle together. And then the other rabbit's like, well, I want to just see. And he starts putting the puzzle together. And he's like, I put a couple of these pieces together and I'm not seeing anything that looks like a duck. I've put together the edges and other pieces, and there's no bill, there's no yellow feathers, there's nothing duck-like here so far. And the other rabbit's like, well, it's a duck. It says on the box that the puzzle's. And then, the final panel of the comic has the puzzle almost completely put together, and it's not a duck at all. Of course, it's something else. He's like, well, we're only missing like 1 or 2 pieces here, but there's no way that if we find those last 2 pieces, that what we see will become a duck. We've got enough here to see that it's not a duck. And of course, the other rabbit's like, it's a duck. Yeah.
Also,
I love that comic. So spot on.
Yeah, just as another by the by, of course, when they're talking about science here, I mean, they're conflating many different types of science as if they're all homogenous and only use the same scientific method. And of course, what they're really referring to is biblical history, archaeology, and biblical study, neither of which use the same scientific method that, say, physics does, or evolution is that evolution is based on. So, like, for a start, the idea that it's this simple for them is a bit concerning. And then secondly, when you're putting together the archaeological story of a particular place, you can't tell what happened 50 miles down the road. That doesn't happen like that. You can only tell what happens at the particular site, right? You can then draw conclusions having many sites, right? Like he's saying, you get many pieces and you can kind of look out and say, oh, there must have been a community here and stuff. But you're never going to have a picture. It's never going to develop the way they're talking about, because we just don't have written records for most of these things that they're talking about. There are no written records of Jesus. He didn't write anything down, right? There's no archaeological remains found of Jesus because he didn't build anything, right? So this is just, Jesus is just out of the question completely. All you've got is the literally the text written by some particular followers sometime later, and that is very much historical interpretation, which is a very different point about what the scientific method is. It is completely different. So
And they weren't even his followers.
The naivety of this particular position that they're trying to apply to the Bible is quite ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. And if they were to take the best historical method, because it's not called the scientific method, but if they were to use the historical method, they would find out that there was no Moses. There's no evidence for Moses. There's no evidence for many of the characters in the Bible. There's no evidence for the Exodus. There's no evidence for some of the places which they say there are places. Some of the historical
they believe in all
they
those.
say, some of the historical facts that are in the Bible are false, are just literally false. So
these fellows are
about the same level.
These fellows are young Earth creationists, KJVs. Yeah.
There's about the same level of evidence for a historical Jesus or a historical Moses as there is for a historical Paul Bunyan. I think they're pretty much exactly the same thing. They're both myths that have been historicized as opposed to history that has been mythicized. Like, some people think, oh, there was like some rabbi named Jesus or named something other than Jesus, and he didn't have any of the
along with a lot of others. Yeah.
Which is kind of like saying, oh, there was a guy named Peter Parker, but he didn't have a spider sense, and he couldn't climb walls, and he couldn't sling webs.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing in my mind. That's kind of why I'm more of like a mythicist when it comes to Jesus. I think, that Jesus is like Paul Bunyan. He's a myth that has been historicized, and there's virtually the same level of evidence for them.
If
like
Paul Bunyan didn't exist,
people have heard
why are all those
stories of Paul Bunyan? People say my grandpappy, he arm wrestled Paul Bunyan. It's kind of on
that was Mike
on the same level in my mind.
Yeah, that was me. So why are all those white pine trees cut down in Minnesota then? If Paul Bunyan, and why do we have a statue of Paul Bunyan in Bemidji?
That's right.
I mean, you've seen that on Fargo, right?
The question of existence of Jesus, it's just not an interesting question for the same reasons that you're talking about. Even if somebody called Jesus existed, who actually went round trying to preach some of these ideas of love and peace and maybe non-aggressive resistance, non-violent resistance, maybe, right? There could be somebody trying to do that.
Yeah.
There were those ideas going around, right, at that period. Alexander, 300 years before, had been to India, so it's possible that non-violent resistance had come across to the Middle East by that time. Even if that's the case, it doesn't say anything about all of the paraphernalia to do with resurrections, gods, miracles, walking on water, feeding the 5,000. None of that is substantiated, even if you could show that there was some itinerant rabbi walking around the Middle East, right? And the historical method is not going to get you to those miracles. So it's still defensively or decisively false that Jesus is any kind of God being.
That's why I'm an I don't careist, because I don't care if this man existed or not, as far as if he, at the time he spoke good things or whatever, that's all fine and well. Maybe he helped some folks, that's all fine and well. But yeah, then you have the line of the supernatural, and they immediately want to just jump to, well, if you can in any way prove that there was a Jesus, then everything in the Bible then becomes true. Right.
Yeah, reports of miracles are far more common than miracles actually happen.
I do want to say too,
when we hear reports of miracles being mentioned in any of these ancient books, they're far more likely to be false than true, just based on frequency. Go ahead, Aston.
I wanted to say that when they're talking about the scientific method, they're doing something that I experience a lot from creationists and other kinds of science deniers, where they pretend like there is one standardized scientific method, and that's an oversimplification. In reality, there's both many in a way and also none in a way. Like like you were kind of saying, they pick the middle school version of the scientific method, where science is dependent on doing an experiment where you directly observe the phenomena, and that is not the only scientific method. There's I think 20 different scientific methods, 20 different ways to describe the scientific method, but they go with that one because they know that, they're incorrect, but they think, you can't repeat a 1,000,000-year-long process, so therefore you can't do it with the scientific method, which is not exactly accurate.
I hate the word
Genesis
debunk. Anyway.
Debunk? The debunkers.
I really hate that word. I hear standing for truth all the time, or standing in poop. Yeah.
The debunk.
He debunks a lot.
I highly recommend it. It's 2 hours, but it's for any Christian, especially who's homeschooling, any Christian who is looking to take on an apologetic track. Watch that movie. There's a part 2. I think they're getting ready to release, or it's already been released. But watch that movie. It's amazing.
It's a terrible movie made by Del Tackett, and it's got all the Answers in Genesis people in it. Horrible movie.
What's the name of the movie again?
Is Genesis History.
Yeah.
Okay.
Part 1 and 2. I think I had the misfortune of buying that. Yeah.
Put it on my list of movies to watch. But why don't you hang with us? We're going to go into a quick break and just hold that thought, and we'll be right back. Hey, and welcome back.
Wasn't that magical? I just did that.
Yeah, what the hell?
Didn't have to watch the break. You like that?
No. That wasn't magic. That was God that did that. It was divine.
To CMC Ministries, Lou Vendrell and Rick Rosigno here. Just left off talking about evolution, and I mentioned Charles Robert Darwin, who is considered the father of evolution, the Big Bang Theory, and I want to get into that and talk about what does that mean for.
There's through the Big Bang Theory in there. Okay.
Yeah.
For Christianity, exactly, and so get into it, Rick.
That Charles Darwin is not the father of the Big Bang Theory.
Right.
That was developed originally by a Belgian priest, of all people, named Father Georges Lemaitre. It was not Darwin's idea. That was actually a theist's idea, a theist physicist.
I think they even mentioned that
Belgium.
somewhere in there.
I think later Stephen Hawking that supported that original theory and was kind of credited with developing the modern version of it. And of course, eventually his ideas about it were confirmed by a team that picked up the cosmic microwave background radiation. They didn't even realize that's what they were picking up at first. They thought pigeons were crapping in their satellites, and that was the problem until, they consulted with the scientific community at large, and somebody pointed out to them, hey, you're picking up the cosmic microwave background radiation that Stephen Hawking theorized we should be able to find if the Big Bang Theory is correct. And they got the Nobel Prize for that, but Stephen Hawking never got a Nobel Prize. He died without ever being rewarded for his incredible ideas about cosmological expansion. It's really
what the hell was
interesting.
up with that? Yeah. Why didn't he get a Nobel Prize? I don't know.
It wasn't in the Illuminati or something.
Yeah,
I guess not.
The argument for the evolution was that things would evolve, animals and humans evolved for that matter. But,
Yes.
to be in factual, to make a factual comment, nothing has changed of its kind. There's no evidence.
Correct.
Animals or humans for that
No
matter
evidence.
evolving, changing their kind, and there's no evidence to back that up. Is that a correct statement?
Right.
No
That's
fossil evidence, eh?
So,
None.
and
Yeah.
No evidence at all. No.
No
And once
evidence
again,
at all. Yeah.
show us the transition. Here's Lucy. Well, that's half ape and half human. Yeah.
I'd like him to
So,
cite.
what do you want?
I'd like him to cite a paper that says there is no evidence.
This is a very common creationist argument, and it fundamentally misunderstands how evolution works. Evolution doesn't say that an organism needs to be able to change kind like that. Like, technically, we're all still eukaryotes.
We're
Not
fish.
really
Yeah.
changing kind. Like, if you look, I doubt most people would be able to tell the difference between two different species of mammals' blood cells if you looked at them under a microscope. They look very, very similar. And it's at the same time, even though that's not really necessary for evolution, I think things like that have actually happened. Like, is a bird a different kind from a dinosaur? Technically not. Technically,
Yeah.
they're still theropod dinosaurs. They're just a further diversified niche within theropod dinosaurs. You don't evolve. It wouldn't be like a dinosaur would evolve into like a land mammal or an ocean mammal or something like that. Or like it wouldn't be like a mammal ancestor would evolve into a bird. That's not what evolution says. What evolution says is that things diversify within their group. Like whales are technically artiodactyl mammals, but they're ocean mammals within the clade of artiodactyl mammal. They still have all the traits that an artiodactyl mammal should have. They're still bilateral. They still have amniotic sacs. They still have placenta. They still have, the skeletal homologies of an artiodactyl mammal, but they are further diversified within the clade of artiodactyl mammal, where they're now ocean mammals. So that it's kind of like they're really messing with the terms a little bit. It's a little dishonest to try and say that evolution thinks there should be these huge leaps, these huge changes in kind, as like Ken Tovin loves to say. That's not really how it works.
We got Ms. Non Sequitur joining us. Hello.
I mean, like, if evolution isn't, this is obviously piss taking, but if evolution isn't true, how come there are surfers? Yeah, I'm just saying.
Can't argue that.
Yeah, dude.
The evolutionist or the secular scientist may hear us say this and go, "Oh, you're uneducated bumpkins that don't understand science."
That's right.
Yep.
Your words, not mine.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
What isn't this exactly what Calvin said earlier, Mike?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. He used the exact same thing, didn't he?
Yeah, you just think we're a bunch of uneducated. Yeah, did he say bumpkins too earlier?
I think so. Yeah, I think it was exact.
You'll have to check the transcript and see. That's interesting.
Yep,
Yeah.
Yep.
And that may be all well and good, but I have 3 letters for that person, and those 3 letters are D and A.
Oh,
Bang! Right back at you.
DNA,
Right
Mike.
back at ya.
Three
Oh.
letters? 3 letters.
Three.
Oh, okay.
3 letters.
Yeah.
DNA. Oh yeah.
DNA. Do not apply.
Without
Yeah.
getting into a great deal of detail on what DNA is,
Yeah, because you don't want to do that.
Yeah,
Heaven
no.
forbid there be
Yeah.
detail.
Not like there's a lot of detail involved.
I doubt that he could tell us what kind of molecule DNA is with the gun to his head. It's a macromolecule, but I bet he doesn't even know those words. And I know exactly where he's going with this. He's going to try to imply that DNA is irreducibly complex and that DNA is a code. And it's neither of those things. DNA is a molecule that does molecule-y things because of chemistry. It has
Place your
nothing
bets.
to do. Like I think they literally picture DNA like it's a code on a computer when it's really not. It's a chemical structure. It's a physical molecule that obeys chemical laws. It works on chemistry. It has nothing to, it's not like somebody went in and put an adenine here and a cytosine there and a guanine there. That's not how it works.
Hold on, Austin. I've seen these animation.
It's a self-replicating molecule, and it self-replicates via chemistry.
I've seen these animations. It's like little factories in there. Didn't you see them?
Yeah, factories. Yeah. You know
With
what factories?
little trucks driving around. And,
You know what you need for factories? You need blueprints.
That is what modern organisms are like.
You know what you need for blueprints?
I saw a video the other day.
Organisms have
I saw a video the other day where they were comparing the cell to nanobots now.
Yeah, I think he's
there's
about to try and
nanobots
start
in there.
attacking
Nanobots,
Yeah.
Yeah.
let's just suffice it to say that it is.
This is Michael Behe's favorite line of attack on evolutionary science, where he tries to conflate micro structures in the biological organism with machinery and say, well, if you took out this one part, the machine would never work. So it couldn't be evolved piecemeal. It had to be made all at once, which spells creation.
They're going to mention that at some point. Don't worry.
DNA systems, whereas the theory of abiogenesis says that
that might be coming up here real quick.
5 billion letter code.
There it
which
is.
stands to
Ding, ding,
reason
ding,
that
ding,
if
ding,
there
ding,
is
ding,
ding, ding.
code, then
Get your
there is
bingo
a
cards.
code writer.
Ah,
Stop. There's a lot of argument.
Full stop. Okay, there's.
He didn't
There
even
you
go
go.
to programmer. See that?
No.
Didn't even have to go that far. If you've got a code, you've got a code writer. I mean, how that follows, I have no idea.
And it's 3.2 billion, not 3.5. I'm sorry.
Yep.
He said 5
About how DNA comes about and so on. But again, the evolution.
Yeah, there's information about how DNA comes about and so on. Yes, that's okay. There's a mention. There's a passing mention.
Yeah, well, God did all that, so we don't need to worry about it.
Process doesn't add information. They're counting on natural selection, which is speciation, which we can have that discussion. But they also count on random mutation.
Yeah. And I've pointed out before, if you make 10 copies of something, 9 of them the same, 1 of them is different, you've added information. Because the 10th one is not the same as the other 9. So that is an addition.
Right. And if you change information, you can change information. When the DNA changes, the information changes.
Yep.
That's the part that they leave out. Right. And if the information changes from one thing to something else, then something is created. The thing it changed into is created. We are each unique creations of our DNA, basically. Very unlikely that any of us have the same DNA.
Oh, thank you,
Except
Mike.
for
I appreciate that. I love you
My
too.
sons do. But
Problem with random mutation is not an additive process. It is always a destructive or
Wrong.
subtractive process.
Right,
Wrong.
Change is different than destruction.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, citation needed. Come on, I mean, where did he get that?
Yeah.
This is one of the comments I made on the video that I think they deleted. I made a bunch of comments on this video, and none of them are there now, pretty much. I think they went through and deleted some of them, and YouTube deleted some of them. But the thing is, he's like half right. Mutations, generally, the vast majority of them are neutral. They neither harm nor help the organism. A lot more mutations are harmful rather than helpful. But whether or not a mutation is helpful or harmful depends a lot. It depends on a couple of things. It depends on what the mutation is, and it depends on the environment of the organism. Mutations are contextual. And what I mean by that is, if you, for instance, if a mutation occurs in an organism that makes it a darker hue, that whether or not that is a positive mutation depends largely on the environment that organism exists within. If that organism exists in a snowy environment, being a darker hue makes it more visible to predators. That's a negative mutation. If it got a mutation that made it a lighter hue, it would be less noticeable to predators, and that would be a positive mutation. And the exact opposite is true in a different environment, like a heavily wooded environment, where being a darker hue allows it to blend in better, and being a lighter hue makes it more noticeable. Another good example is like leg mutations. If you have a mutation that shortens your legs, that's probably bad for you if you're an artiodactyl land mammal. That means you're not as mobile. That means you're not as tall, so you can't reach things as far away from you. But if you're a part of a population of organisms of artiodactyl mammals that's, for instance, adapting to a niche that means you spend most of your life in the water, that's a positive mutation because it makes you more aquadynamic than other individuals that you're competing with for mates and resources, because you can now move faster than them more efficiently. So mutations are contextual. Whether or not they're destructive or additive depends on a lot of factors.
That's why the average height. That's why the average height of a surfer is only 5'8".
And those neutral mutations form a huge library of something that could become functional sometime in the future of that clade. And that's the neutral theory of evolution. It's very important.
Yes.
In other words, changing the code doesn't add information, it just ruins the code. And if anybody knows anything about computers, you ruin the code and the computer doesn't work anymore. Hence viruses, right?
So DNA is not a computer. DNA is not a computer, cell's not a machine.
And that's also absolutely incorrect. One of my favorite examples of this, I love to play a game called Minecraft. If you play Minecraft, you know that there's a monster that exists in Minecraft called a creeper. It's a weird thing that blows up if you get too close to it, and it can destroy your builds, and it can do a bunch of damage to you. Creepers,
the accidental mob.
They exist because of a error in the code. But error in the code was shaped into something functional. It's almost the exact same thing as what can happen in evolution.
Yeah.
Was an error in the pig, if I'm not mistaken?
I think so.
To make the
and like you said, you can have an error somewhere that can be neutral, and it doesn't affect all the genome, right?
Yeah.
It can just affect one small thing, and let's say, you have a genetically weak muscle, in your leg or something like that, like I inherited from my father. Overall, though, I'm fine, right?
Yeah.
I just great therapy for me because my foot was crooked. great therapy for me was roller skating. That's what my foot doctor recommended, because you have to keep your feet straight. So, I worked the muscle and took care of it, but it doesn't affect my entire organism, right? Even though I had that thing inherited from my father genetically, and one little thing that says, make this muscle a little weak, right? So they're also equating, one little thing wrong and the whole thing goes down the tubes, and that's not accurate either.
No. Generally, we would only refer to mutations that decrease your ability to survive or to reproduce or to create offspring that are also capable of reproducing.
Right. Even if their foot's a little crooked.
Yeah. That would be messed up if the first time you took a girl home and you're getting ready to hop in the sack, she was like, "Wait a minute, your foot's a little crooked. I'm out of here."
Yeah, get that protractor out. A few degrees off. No.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah.
But then again, like if back when humans lived in the wild, it would be that, because you would not be able to hunt as well or run from predators. So
I'm sure it's part of being lazy humans. Yeah.
Yeah.
you
Sexual
probably,
selection is super important.
Yeah. Like I said, when I purposely worked it, like if I was running out across the plains and I had to keep my feet straight, I would have worked the muscle out. But it was just something genetic, one of the muscles was just a little stronger than the other one. Other people aren't born with it. So, it's just one little tweak somewhere that, it was a little copying error somewhere, but it doesn't have to affect the whole organism. It could be a weak muscle in your heart or something that could be very, very bad. But it doesn't mean that it's detrimental to the entire organism like they're trying to paint it as. You could have multiple mutations that are neutral and just go on about your day.
Real quick, here's how the evolutionary process begins. And the very first question that a creationist or intelligent design person needs, the very first question that needs to be posed to an evolutionist is, how did non-life become life?
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. That pretty much shuts down the discussion on evolution right there.
Yeah.
Because that is an evolution, dude.
That has nothing. Yeah, that has nothing to do with evolution.
So
that's where I like to tell them. That's where I like to tell them that I will grant them that God dumped a dump truck full of eukaryotic cells in the ocean, if they want to believe that, or a starship.
Well, this is also a tell. Yeah, if for the poker players out there, this is a tell that when somebody's come to the end of their knowledge about evolution, they start talking about abiogenesis.
Right, very quickly. Like
then they're going to go back to, where'd the planet come from to have all the elements?
Yeah,
and then where'd the stars come from, and where'd the Big Bang come from? Yeah.
But interestingly, I've never heard them ask the question, where did God come from?
Because God is infinite. He already was here.
Yeah, God's defined as a necessary being.
Uncaused causer.
If you say, "Oh, well, you're just defining God into existence," they'll go, "Oh no, it can't be anything else because of fucking the maximal, greatest possible being, jobby." Like, so it's now possible. Possible is now necessary. Necessary is now defined as existing. It's you cannot say like anything to them, and they've got some runaway argument. It's unbelievable. It really gets to me, this kind of and then when you say to them, well, they say, what do you believe? And you go, well, I think an infinite regress is possible. So, let's just say that. And they go, well, where did what caused the infinite regress? Like, that's an argument.
Yeah.
Having just said God's a necessary being, I've said, well, I'm just defining it into existence, obviously, Anyway, there you go.
Earth is 4.5 billion years old. That basically it began to rain at some point. There was enough chemicals in the soup and a little bit of energy later. You've got single cell organisms. If you know anything about cell structure, there are basically two types of cells in the world. There is a cell that has no nucleus. That's a prokaryotic cell, has no nucleus. And then you have a eukaryotic cell that has a nucleus.
Eukaryotic?
So the evolutionists will say that in order for the nucleus of a cell to have evolved, that prokaryotic cells were eating essentially other prokaryotic cells, which became what are known as organelles within the cell structure. Now I'm going to stop here because I can.
Yeah, you should stop there.
Just quit.
It's just dismissing what they're saying, right? And this is something that's kind of known as how did this other thing get into this other thing? And they figured, well, if it was swallowed but not digested, now you have this, new thing inside of the other cell, and then you can continue on from there. It's just another.
Well,
they're skipping all the steps, right?
Yeah. Also, notice that we've gone from abiogenesis back to evolution again without even a pause.
Yeah, back to a cell, right?
It's very telling that he uses the verb eating instead of engulfing.
Yeah.
I think is he picturing like a tiny prokaryote has a smaller prokaryote on a dinner plate and it's got a fork and a knife and it's cutting it up and taking bites of it? No, that's not how it works. A larger eukaryote or a larger prokaryote engulfs a smaller prokaryote. And this is how several organelles that exist in modern cells got co-opted into cellular structure. Like everybody knows the mitochondria, right? We all remember learning about the mitochondria and how it's the powerhouse of the cell. Well, the thing is, mitochondria have their own DNA. They aren't the same DNA structure as the cell that engulfs them. That is an example of endosymbiosis. A mitochondria in the past was engulfed by a larger prokaryotic cell, and they formed a symbiotic relationship. That is endosymbiosis. It's not like it just chowed down on it. Yeah, no, it's such a weird verb to use there.
Yeah, and then we have chloroplasts, and then there are a few other examples that they've recently discovered that look like endosymbiosis in prokaryotes, and I forget what they are, but there's a lot of evidence for this. So, but why is he bouncing around like this?
Well, the hint there is that he did read something about one cell engulfing another, but I don't think he went past the first few words or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go on with the rest of it. I would encourage any Christian who's curious or questioning whether or not God truly designed, spend a half hour studying cell structure and the mechanics of a cell. Just a single cell.
Okay.
And you can see God's fingerprint or the designer's design within that cell structure.
I was doing that this morning.
Look at the trees.
I didn't see God's fingerprint anywhere. It was kind of a muddle. Yep. I saw
amazing
some pictures of real cells.
Yeah, amazing stuff, right? It doesn't mean that it's God. You can see God in it if you want to, but you can't test that in the lab or anything else or put it under the microscope. The cells you can.
This is a rich tradition in theism of I don't understand this, so it must be God. Yeah. A thunderstorm, how is that happening? I don't understand. The water cycle hasn't been developed yet. People don't that understanding of the water cycle hasn't been developed yet. So this is God. It's the God of the gaps argument. It's saying, it's literally just an appeal to incredulity and appeal to your own ignorance. It's like saying, I don't understand how water can just fall from the sky. Only God could do something like that. Which, of course, now we know that's bullcrap, and no theist would make that argument anymore. But there's always going to be things that we don't know, and I think pretty much as long as there are things that we don't know, there will be theists who will try and substitute their God as an explanation for them instead of actually understanding them.
Hey, Purple, we try to have a good time here at Saturday Night at the Atheist. Trying to keep things light. It's these videos I find are usually from, like I say, people that have little to no business talking about anything they're talking about, and it is not. We're not being mean or angry atheists or anything else here. If they would take some of our tips, right, and work on their arguments and get their information a little better, maybe they could have, a better argument. So, they're free to take the criticism for what it is. You know what I mean?
Defense they have against this thing, this very simple structure, not so simple, really, having gotten to its point that we see it today, is over a very long period of time and through random mutation and natural selection.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that doesn't help their cause. It makes it worse. So at any rate, we can go on for quite a while just talking about that stuff. That's right.
In order to...
One big problem. Reptiles are cold-blooded birds.
I love that stuff.
I do.
Just to maybe break it down a little bit more to the layman person watch.
Oh yeah, please would you break it down, because you're way over my head and not even having the right terms
out there.
Right.
When you look at what Rick is saying, dog is still a dog. 6,000 years ago,
the dog is still a dog. Yeah, I know.
To a dog.
It was a dog. That's right.
Yeah.
And
when you're artificially selecting, you're kind of demonstrating that's evolution, right? You can manipulate what traits you want in different dogs and get that to show up. And that's, it's artificial, but if you substitute that for what's beneficial, it's still evolution.
Breed Labradoodle was not around before the 1940s.
No, I didn't know that.
That's completely new species.
It's a new breed of dog. There's only one species of dog.
Not in mind, it's still dogs. What? Canis? What? I can't remember their
Canis lupus, I think.
Yeah.
No, that's the wolf.
Well, that's
Domesticus.
Domesticus. Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
And what's ironic about it is, they always choose like the weirdest example possible. Because if you go back into the fossil record, you see dog ancestors get more and more bear-like, and eventually they converge with bears. Dogs and bears, really all carnivores have common ancestry, but dogs and bears have especially close common ancestry. And so to say dogs have always been dogs, it's the weird, like, that they mess with the terms, they fiddle with the terms, and they let the misrepresentation of the terms do a lot of the heavy lifting for them. Because yes, dogs have always been dogs, but if you go back in time, an ancient dog from a few million years ago would look way different from a modern dog. The common ancestors between them are very clear. Yeah, they're basically Hovendites. Yeah.
Oh, they mentioned somewhere in one of them Dr. Hovind.
God.
Yeah.
A dog.
Right.
Still a dog.
When it comes to bacteria, no new bacteria. It's still bacteria.
Still a bacteria.
Not a new kind. No changing kind.
Nobody's arguing
one argument
that.
is, obviously that we.
Nobody argues the law of monophyly. You're still what you were, and you will be. It's just, again, like Austin said, just playing with the words.
What's interesting? There is a kind of like canine cancer, where basically the dog cells are mutated into their own kind of organism, but they still have the same genetic code as a dog does. They're 99.9% the same DNA as a dog, but I guarantee nobody would look at a unicellular organism under a microscope and say that's a dog. Like
that one stumped Cy Gart on
yes, yeah, it's
on one of the streams. Yeah,
Mr. Anderson has used it in a couple of different debates. I think generally laymen like the two in these videos, they don't understand just how messy biology is, and they make these sweeping, broad generalization statements of things never change kind, they never do things like this, and I think it's intentionally kept vague so that when you show them examples of things like that, of a dog changing into a monocellular organism, they can, argue around it and say, well, it still didn't change kind, or, that doesn't count because that's destructive. Cancer isn't a good thing, which, it's good for the organism. It gets to survive,
T-Jump used that against the Hawaiian shirt guy when he said that his kids were not Hovens, or were not, the same as him. So that he made not Kent Hovens.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there you go. You've got kids that are not you. So,
and that had to be a beneficial mutation. Anything that's not a Kent Hoven.
Anything that's not I know. I got to wash my mouth out with soap now and everything. Gosh.
Well, can you imagine it actually being less information?
Right? No, not possible.
Yeah, no.
The low information voter.
Apes, we evolved. Well, what about the koala? Right, the koala.
What about
has
it?
5 digits. When you look at
and an opposable thumb.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, where did that go? How did that evolve? That a
So do
fish?
possums.
The same way. It was beneficial for him to hold on to branches in the trees. So that's how it evolved. Just like it was beneficial for us to grasp things. So it
How
evolved.
do they look so happy about that? Look at them. They're proud of themselves. Look, whoa, up here.
Well, they're proud of not knowing, right? Because they're saying, how did that happen, right? And then they're proud of, I don't have a freaking clue how that happened. Instead
they're
of
talking about koalas with 5 digits. I don't get what the problem is with koalas with 5 digits. Did I miss
The
something?
ancestors had 5 digits, basically. So the koalas retained it. Horses, of course, changed.
Yeah.
Why should koalas lose digits?
Can you explain lobsters?
Lobster.
all hail the mighty lobsterist.
8 digits. They have 8 digits, man. 8 digits.
Opposable thumbs.
Yeah, I don't know why. Well, maybe you should, look it up. I bet if you ask the computer, you probably have it in front of you. What did koala bears evolve from? Or what's the evolution of the koala bears? I mean, you probably find out that it had an ancestor that either, for some reason, liked to stay in the trees or adapted to living in the trees. So it wanted to have a better grip, the same way a lot of other primates have hands and feet that grip the branches well, and they use their tails as well, the ones that have tails, to help out because that's where they're living. So that's evolution right there. They're well adapted to their little niche.
Fucking raccoons have 5 digits. Raccoons have 5. Most mammals have 5 digits. What is he talking about?
It says wombats, by the way. It says wombats.
Wombats?
What the fuck a wombat is, I don't know, but
so a slight correction, Dave, I want to make. You said if you're an organism that lives in the tree that you want to have more digits. That's not,
yeah, right.
It's selected for. Yeah.
It's not orthogenetics like that. Like it has correction. Like if you are an organism that lives in this environment and you happen to have the code that gives you that grasping ability, you're more likely to survive longer, gain more mates,
not fall out of the tree and get eaten. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not a desire thing. It's a selection.
Yep.
What he's really talking
fair
about.
Fair enough. I should have used better words. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
be careful of your iPhones around koalas because apparently they have fingerprints just like us.
Yeah, Mike knows raccoons can hold on to things really well too. So what's with
They have
that?
5 digits.
Right?
What's up with that, man?
What's up with the raccoons? I don't know.
They have semi-opposable thumbs. Their thumbs aren't exactly opposable, but they are close to opposable and allows them to manipulate things a lot better than a lot of other 5-digited organisms can.
Oh wow! So what's up with that?
God did it. God did it.
So do possums. Does that mean a possum is my distant cousin?
Yeah.
Okay, that's just a stupid incredulity.
What?
Yeah.
Opossums can move their hands around good, so we're related to them.
Marsupials, anyway. So they're like
they're marsupials, yeah.
Than our kind of mammal.
They're a different branch, but yeah. Once again, though, it's like what's with that? You know, it's like I keep thinking of Jerry Seinfeld. What's with airline food?
What's the deal with opposable thumbs? What's the deal?
And then another one. They bring up the sickleback fish.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, there it is.
If God is if we're evolved from God, why is there still God around today?
Yeah. And there's your stickleback fish, Mike.
And I hate this thing that they do where they're like, common ancestry means you're familially related to other organisms. Obviously, that's not what anybody is saying.
Yeah, you think you're a banana. You think you're a banana, don't you, Austin?
Yeah,
Austin, you think you're a banana?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to put you up on the shelf here and I'm going to whack you. You think you're a banana.
I would say I'm not related to any of you guys on this panel. So I don't know. That's why I date your sisters.
No, that's a claim that they make.
Darwin's finches.
Yeah,
Darwin's finches. That's probably their strongest argument. And
that's the strongest argument. We heard earlier the strongest argument was a moth. And what was the other one, Mike? He changed what the strongest argument is. So now we've got a new strongest argument.
Yes,
I would say that the actual strongest argument is genetics and paleontology. That you have these fossils that clearly show development from ancient organisms into modern ones in a stepwise fashion from gradual adaptation. And then you have genetics that proves that there is this element of common ancestry via things like endogenous retroviruses. The fact that we have common insertions of viral infections at analogous sites in the genetic code. I mean, me and Mike were just talking about this on a video the other day about how you share hundreds of thousands of these ERV insertions with chimpanzees and bonobos. We have virtually 90 plus, like 95% of the exact same viral insertions in our genetic code as a chimp or a bonobo does at the same site. So for that to be done by pure coincidence, mathematically is mind-boggling. The odds that happened by pure coincidence, it's virtually impossible. It's asymptotically 0%. The actual percentage is it's like vanishingly small. It is effectively 0%. So it's that, I would say, is the strongest argument supporting common ancestry, is the fusion, the synthesis of genetics and for paleontological evidence, fossils and stuff. Yeah. But finches are nice. It's cool that we can see those finches diversifying into their niches. That's definitely good support too.
Well,
but
just
the strongest...
just to say that, like, I mean, I'll just put it in perspective. 190 years ago, finches probably were the strongest argument. So they're only 190 years out of date, these guys.
Right. And that's what creationists do a lot. They argue with Darwin instead of arguing with like the modern extended evolutionary synthesis.
And we got Muttley in the chat there joining us. Hello, Muttley. How you doing?
I'm glad we could have a member of the Canis domesticus species join us.
Yeah.
For our discussion.
Right on time. Yeah. Just talking about the canines, and there's Muttley.
You know what? This kind of reminds me of what Calvin Smith did in our video this afternoon from a stream then, because he read the criticism that you show that you don't know anything about evolution. I really don't understand it. He goes and he looks up, genetic drift, founder effect, and other related concepts. Doesn't go into what they are. He just flashes them up on the board and says, "There, I covered it," and that's all. No,
there you go.
Yes, show us you understand the topics, or at least refer to somebody who does. And that's another thing is with creationists like the Rick and Morty here, or whoever.
Close enough.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
I'm not sure that you understand and have read the literature about abiogenesis, since I always want to go back to that. David Deemer put out a great hypothesis paper way back when, and it was a astrobiology journal. And then, of course, Nick Lane has been publishing for years. Shostak, has been publishing about abiogenesis for quite a while. There are different hypotheses, and there's plenty of literature to represent that. Why not state the case that your interlocutors make for that, and state it, in a steel manning fashion, and then discuss the differences and your critiques you have and things like that.
Why, Scott?
Huh?
You know why.
I know. I'm just an idealist.
We're trying to be helpful. We're trying to be helpful here.
I love the Rick and Morty joke. Oh, geez, Rick, there's microevolution's proven, but there's no evidence of macroevolution. That's right, Morty. No evidence of macroevolution. I've never heard of fossils.
I feel kind of bad for actually making that comment, because these guys so far, they've been okay. They're just incredulous. And,
I don't know.
Austin, Austin, you did those voices pretty good. You should make a short doing that.
I don't know. There's a lot going underneath here, right? That these guys are just like glossing over. So I think the fact that they're glossing over some of these points and just moving on, like the abiogenesis one, I think that shows dishonesty.
And I don't know, Scott, because I put a lot of comments on their video. I don't know if YouTube was the one that deleted them.
Oh no!
But I think it was them who deleted them. So I wouldn't give them too much credit.
Some of the folks I've gotten responses, and others I haven't in my comments. The one guy, I even exchanged a few things back and forth in the email. And said, hey, why don't you come on and talk about it? And he's like, yeah, I'll come on, this and that. I didn't hear back from him. So I put out a short in a response to his claim, though. So we'll see. I waited, though, but I didn't hear back from him. So I made the video. But sometimes they respond. Sometimes they don't. My comment was still there this morning, but who knows now.
The wording that they use is confusing. And change in kind, it's still a finch.
It's still a bird.
Adaptation.
It's different kind.
It was in the be adapted.
Which means nothing.
It didn't change in kind.
Right.
I don't think anybody's claiming
one of the
that
arguments
finches
that
are changing
is
kind.
happening is.
I mean, they even use the word kind. Sorry, Austin, I forgot you're into this, but I'm just saying. As far as I'm aware, that in the what is it? I guess what's the closest thing to a kind that do you think?
Family. Yeah.
So it is a moving target. Sometimes when you use kind, it means virtually the same thing as species. Sometimes when they use the term kind, it means virtually the same thing as family in terms of the taxonomic usage of both of those terms.
And Dr. Dan must have heard us talking about him earlier because he's strolling through the chat here. So,
hey, Dr. Dan.
It depends on
hey, Dr. Dan, you were highly recommended earlier. We were sending folks your way to get good information.
And even though it's not my channel, Dave, I invited Dr. Dan to join us if he can. I know it's Saturday night. He might have family things to do.
Yep.
It depends on what they're comparing. Like if you're talking about the fact that lions and tigers can produce offspring together, then they say kind means the same thing as family, so that lions and tigers are the same kind. They're cat kind. But most of the other time, it means the same thing as species. And either way, it doesn't really work. The reason they invented that term was basically to get around issues with Noah's Ark. But there's issues either way you use it. If you use it to mean species, there's way too many kinds for you to fit on the ark. If you use it to mean family, then you have to find a way to evolve all these different kinds. Like there's like 1,000 different species of beetle. Like, how did that happen within 6,000 years? You can't really do it. Either way, it doesn't really work. But
you only got 4,000 because you've got the flood.
Yes,
and Dr. Dan, you're always welcome to join us if you ever have a free evening. Just give us a holler. We'll be sure to have you come in and join us.
Also, don't you think it's extremely bloody lazy of God to have to make them take all the animals on the ark?
Yeah, he could have saved them magically.
Well, if he's just going to miracle a flood, I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, build a boat. Oh, by the way, I can't be bothered to save all the animals. You've got to do it.
No.
Well, zircon encrusted tweezers were in the shop.
Or he could have just, instead of
lazy. He's lazy. Yahweh is lazy.
Yeah.
Instead of using a flood, he could have used a virus that only killed humans.
Yeah, or only bad people. Yeah.
Yeah, or just magically killed all about bad people.
Well, the biggest problem is that he started over with the same things that he didn't like in the first place, right?
That's even worse. Yeah.
You know, so it doesn't make any sense from that point. And the one thing I agreed with in the Noah movie was when he was mad because one of the kids had a baby, right? And he was like, no, it's supposed to be ended with us. You know what I mean? That he had the idea that God didn't want them to repopulate the earth, you know?
Well, that's extra biblical, surely.
Yeah, that made a little more sense. You know what I mean?
Well, extra biblical though. I mean, it's not in the Bible, is it?
No, it's not. But it would make more sense so that God wanted to start over with something different rather than exactly the same thing, right?
Of course, but you've got to give him. Hang on a minute, Mike. You've got to give him credit. You've got to give Yahweh credit here because he's least consistent with being a bad judge of character. He got Adam wrong, and he also got Noah wrong. So there you go. At least he's consistent.
Pop up Dr. Dan's comment. You only have like 400 years because the historical record we have cats and lions and all of that stuff.
Oh yeah. Right.
Yeah, not long after the flood.
Yeah, you have
the only one speaking of lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, in my head because y'all been talking about lions and tigers. Be the only one. I'm weird.
And also the thing with the flood, trying things over and over again, the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's ultimately the thing is that no matter how much they deny evolution, if they're going to accept the flood and the animals on the boat, then they have to accept super duper evolution to get all the species with rapid super duper speciation. Because even Ken Ham, the king of, the magic zoo boat, is going to say that he can reduce 8 million species or whatever it is to like 1,400 kinds. So to get from that to, the millions, forget the marsupial mouse. I mean, you're talking about some major reproduction going on, right? I mean, you would have to have how many generations just popping out like every day to achieve that, right?
Yeah.
You need like multiple speciations per day.
Multiple, yeah. So that's the thing. They ultimately,
because creationists make the argument about, oh, well, you only ever see a cow give birth to a cow, Hovind, and in their model, you would have to see something that's not a cow give birth to a cow. You would have to see something that's not a horse give birth to a horse. Literally,
right.
the thing that they strawman evolution as to make fun of it is what they're basically proposing.
And Joel Duff is another great source. We love Joel Duff here at the Saturday Night at the Atheist and the Captive Desk as well. Joel is also a believer, so if you want to get a believer's perspective, make sure you check out Dr. Joel Duff as well.
Secular science is that birds evolved from dinosaurs.
No.
I love how they call it secular science too. Like most of the people doing this science weren't Christian. Like it's not a science is not secular, nor is it religious, nor is it atheistic. Science is agnostic.
Yeah.
It uses naturalistic methodology. It doesn't say one way or another whether or not God or gods exist. It just doesn't invoke them in its explanations of the world.
We pointed that out earlier, Austin. When they want to cite some famous scientist that was a believer, then, look how smart this believer is that's a scientist.
Right.
But everybody else isn't, or in on some kind of conspiracy or something, is nonsense, because the believer and the non-believer can agree on something, and that it's good science, right? If everybody can repeat it or whatever the experiment involves, then you can agree. It doesn't matter what you believe on Saturday or Sunday or anything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, of course, one of the arguments for, I mean, obviously not these guys, but some more sophisticated theologians, shall we say, is that without Christianity, we wouldn't have the modern world because science was invented by Christians. I know it's a terrible argument, but someone like Tom Holland, for instance, makes this argument and has a book about it, etc. And it's amazing how many times I've heard that repeated. John Lennox, got quite a few of the public apologists repeat this nonsense. Not completely forgetting, of course, that there were other continents in the world besides the Christian one.
Dan says for elephants it would be like almost a new species every generation. So you're talking about crazy hyper evolution, which somehow can happen, but over a long time it can't possibly happen. But it can sure happen in a few hundred years or
It really shows
2000.
the lack of education and lack of experience, because I've been taking college physics, college biology, college sociology. I've taken multiple science classes at the college level, and I've never had a single professor in any of those classes imply one way or the other that God does exist or God doesn't exist. It doesn't come up at all. We just talk about science.
Yeah, I've never heard that in college either at all.
Well, them cemetery schools, they'll mess you all up.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
From reptiles. Birds evolved from reptiles.
Birds evolved from reptiles.
I have a problem with that. One big
Oh,
problem.
no.
Reptiles
Oh,
are
my God, it's a
cold-blooded.
big
Birds
problem.
are warm-blooded. You can stop there.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but haven't they found that some dinosaurs are warm-blooded? So there's your end of your problem right there, right?
Yeah, the reptiles retained the cold-blooded feature of earlier when they branched off. Some dinosaurs are warm-blooded. They used to think they were cold-blooded, but no, they're warm-blooded. And you just have to look at the tree to dispel that nonsense.
Thanks for stopping by, Dan. Appreciate you stopping through and giving your insight. And everybody go to Creation Myths if you aren't already subscribed like you should be. and get yourself subscribed over at Dr. Dan's channel.
Yeah, he is an absolutely awesome channel. He goes into genetics and virology, and he explains the creationist position very well. He really knows creation apologia really well, and he can address it very effectively because he knows genetics so well and how well it particularly just absolutely dismantles several creationist arguments. He's a great resource for not just learning more about evolution, but also learning about, creationism counter apologetics.
Yeah, well, you guys, Rick and Lou here are running short on time because we're running short on time. So we're going to give them another minute here to make their case, and then we're going to wrap things up for the evening.
Yeah, we can go on to feathers, hollow bones versus solid bones. And so on. But
yeah, hollow bones, and so on. You can't make the bone a little more porous and become a little lighter. That just could never happen, right? Or vice versa, right? If you need a more dense bone in an elephant or something, right?
Hollow bones. Who'd think about it, right? What would they have any use at all, for an ink pen before pens were invented?
What's with the hollow bones? I keep thinking Jerry Seinfeld. What's with the hollow bones? I don't know.
Do they know how manuscripts were written?
With opposable thumbs.
With opposable thumbs and hollow bones.
With a hollow bone, that's right. Exactly. A quill.
I think a hollow bone.
So it's actually the argument.
Say again, Austin, please.
I said, I think a hollow bone is what this guy gives his wife most nights.
Love it.
It's that are being that really are getting shouted at intelligent design folks is you're just wrong, you're stupid, you don't know anything, you don't understand science, and science and the Bible are mutually exclusive. The Bible was written by a bunch of sheep herders thousands of years ago. They wouldn't have understood bacteria or DNA.
What herders?
Yeah, well, you're on a roll there. You're on a roll there.
First time I've agreed with him all night. Oh, right at the end as well.
It's going to crash and burn, though, right?
And I beg to differ. I absolutely beg to differ.
Oh, you just beg to differ. Well, there you go.
Straight knowledge of the subject matter, sir.
Why don't you beg with some citations and some information?
You walk up to that library full of information and you just say, I don't like you. Well, there you go. All right. We've heard this from Jim Bob, right? It's the same thing. I don't like it, so I just going to dismiss it. There you go. Well, how do you argue against it? It's very frustrating.
It is.
Yeah. No, good point. Hey,
no, it's not a good point.
Rick.
It's terrible.
Create a rose out of nothing?
Nope, I cannot.
That's right.
Well, there you go. Oh, can you create a rose out of nothing? Well, what a profound statement. I'm blown away. I don't know what to do now.
So if a rose cannot be created out of nothing, debunking God. Thank you. Good night.
Yep. There you are. Yep. Right back at you.
Everybody remembers all of the classic evolution literature that says evolution means a rose came from nothing, right? I remember reading that in all of my.
We had to write that 10 times.
No, we're going to have to go back to Wayne with manifesting things. See, in another timeline, you're already having your first date, and you need to have a flower to give her, but there's no flowers that exist yet. So you manifested one, and then a rose appeared out of nothing via a toaster. Right?
Oh, a toaster. Oh, okay.
Don't forget the toasters. And I hope you all have been talking with your toasters. Hello, Robin. Hello. Good to see you.
Hi, Robin.
Yeah. I
Because if you haven't been manifesting properly with your toaster, it's probably why a rose isn't appearing in your hand.
I'm worried about it because the only thing my toaster tells me is let's take a bath together.
No,
bad toaster. Bad toaster.
Don't listen to it.
I think my toaster doesn't like
You got one of them evil toasters.
Yeah.
My doctor
And
told
it
me to
just-
stay away from my toaster.
It's hard to believe that this Big Bang, from this Big Bang, we had roses, apes, and giraffes, bears.
Rose.
Oh my goodness! From a big bang to a rose.
Let me just say a rose by any other name, which smells sweeter than these guys.
No, this isn't the toaster. This isn't the toaster guy, Robin. But I think they're connected with some of the strings and tacks. So.
Yeah.
Okay, was it this Lou guy who just said something about the Big Bang?
Yep.
Okay, I take everything I said back. He's an idiot. Either that or his medication, his psychotropic medications just wore off right then.
Well, he's the one. He's the one that says fishes of men, and it's like it's not fishes of men, Lou. It's fishers of men. All right, I just. Not to be nitpicking here or anything, but and I've heard him say it numerous times because it's in their intro. Okay, so he says I listen over and over, and he says fishes of men. It's not fishes of men; it's fishers of men. So you fix your intro there because folks like me, I'm listening to it, and I'm like, it's really bugging me because you ought to know better than me that it's called fishers of men. So. Just trying to help you out. Just trying to help you out, really.
Hey, hello, Robin.
And I do have to kind of agree with them. Like, yes, it is incredible that starting from a Big Bang, like what we've got now, all the creatures and plants and shit and us. Yes, that is incredible. It is incredible. Still doesn't mean God did it.
Yeah.
And terrier with 100,000 DNA molecules in them. All of that from one Big Bang.
So Big Bang is an explosion. If you've ever seen an explosion,
no, we're back to that.
How do we get?
How do we get back there?
I don't know.
We went from evolution.
Were we just talking about birds?
We went from evolution to abiogenesis, back to evolution again, back to the Big Bang. I mean, this guy's timeline is all over the place.
It's giving me whiplash. And I think that's by design. Like, when it comes to, like, creationist sermons like this, the goal is not to impart an intelligible lesson to the audience. The goal is to make your head spin. It's to make you so confused that you just relent and you just go, okay, whatever you say, Rick and Morty, fine. Okay?
If you take it from their audience's point of view, their audience is going, "Oh yeah, no, he made a good point about evolution there. Oh, now he's talking about Big Bang. This is going to be interesting."
Robin was out there making comments at Jim Bob, getting him riled up. Way to go there, Robin.
Oh, I think he's confusing. I think he's confusing Big Bang with his last masturbation session.
No, that was the Little Bang.
A little bit, yeah.
They're in real life or on some sort of video. Does it ever bring order? Does an explosion ever bring order?
No.
No, mainly crusty
it brings chaos.
Right.
So out of this chaos, I'm led to believe that my eye came from that chaos.
No.
It wasn't an explosion.
Oh my God. He's doing the tornado through a junkyard thing.
Yeah,
this is an old creationist canard where they say that the universe is too chaotic for biological systems to improve. Where
the eyeballs just flying across the universe or something, waiting for a skull to pop into, or
which sure that would be impossible, but we're not saying that's how it works. Of course, it ignores basically the entire case that evolution actually makes. That features like that are built by cumulative beneficial mutations. Negative mutations are filtered out by death and extinction and a lack of reproductive success. Yeah, it's totally bizarre. It's complete nonsense, and this is the kind of thing that will get you called an uneducated bumpkin.
And I'm going to say lazy too, because it really bugs me, because before you make a video, I mean, just to look a few terms up, I double check things, even if I'm pretty sure about something. Before I make a video, put the notes in front of me. So when the basic things like the Big Bang was an expansion of a singularity would come right up, right? It's not going to say it was an explosion that made an eyeball. It's just not going to come up. No.
Depends on which website you go to. I'm guessing he went to Genesis.
Yeah, well,
Genesis or something, right?
He mentions ICR.
Just to say, look, when you hear a theist say the Big Bang is an explosion, I mean, instantly you can say they know fuck all about physics.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, okay, he just talked at length on evolution, and we know he knows very little biology. He talked about abiogenesis. He knows bugger all about chemistry. And now we know he knows fuck all about physics. He's got the triester. I mean, this guy is incredible.
Did I fulfill my promise to you guys when I told you that these are probably some of the worst apologists I've come across?
I think so.
He's picturing the Big Bang like God and Jesus were hanging out at the frat club, and God was
making
like,
eyeballs.
Jesus, check this out. And he pulled out his lighter and he lit it, and then he farted into the lighter. And Big Bang!
And there were eyeballs and roses everywhere.
Yeah.
Dave, that comment about eyeballs through the universe. After they discovered sugar in the Kuiper Belt, I'm expecting us to find an asteroid full of eyeballs someday.
Yep.
Because we keep finding these basic organic chemicals already made in space, waiting to fall down upon the Earth and do their thing on Earth. And I thought, surely we're going to start finding eyeballs and feathers and things on
It'd be like that.
It's just as far as being given to us,
It'd be like Big Trouble in Little China with that thing that cruised the hallways with all the eyeballs on it.
Yep.
I mean, this is making me want to write up a homebrew D&D monster.
There you go. I think he was taught physics when he was a kid, and he confused it with the Disney fairy that comes in with a wand that goes bing.
Geo Sam made a good point about how the term Big Bang can be misleading. The term Big Bang was meant to be a joke. Basically, it was a joke.
It was mocking, yeah.
Yes, it is. Universal expansion is a better term, is a more accurate term. But, I mean, Big Bang is catchy at the same time.
Yeah.
You got a new pet, Mike?
Yeah, this guy is from 45 million years ago. It's called Miasis. The artist rendition.
My ass.
My asses, yeah. My ass.
My ass. Your ass.
Miasis. Anyway, okay. Could this thing have given birth to a raccoon or turned into a raccoon? Could this thing have turned into a dog? Could this thing have turned into a cat? The answer is yes. All those things came out of this. Miasis from about 45 million years ago, or thereabouts. So this is a representative of the common ancestor of bears, raccoons, dogs, all the carnivores, basically. Yeah. And you take a look at that, and you realize, okay, when it went down the cat line, they ended up with a whole lot of changes in the spine and in some of the joints for the legs and all of that, and changes in the head and the ears. And it went down the cat line. If it went down the dog line, it had different changes, right? So now to get from a dog back to a cat, you would have to somehow reverse evolution something to go all the way back. And then, so to turn a dog into a cat, you would have to go all the way back and then come all the way back up. Because that's one of the things that evolution does, is it builds structure on top of structure. So it's like an onion. Okay, there's a larger structure on the outside, and it goes all the way back, but that core structure is the same when you get to the common ancestor. But the thing is, you can't just go from one layer to another. It's very, very difficult. in an environment for that to be naturally selected. And that's a really important thing about evolution is you can't go backwards. Basically.
You know what these, if you played that little section to these two guys, you know what they would have heard?
What?
Everybody evolved from an onion.
Yeah, but
you're related to a banana. You're a banana, aren't you?
You are making a really good point there, Mike, in that evolution is not a modern organism evolving into a modern organism. Evolution is disparate adaptations stacked up on top of fundamental similarities.
Yeah.
Cats and dogs have fundamental similarities. Dogs and bears have fundamental similarities. The difference is the disparate adaptations that are stacked up on top of those fundamental similarities, which are created by ecological selection and the specific niche that specific populations of this common ancestors organism adapted to.
Yeah, and when you look at the molecular embryology, how the organism develops,
yes.
you can see the same thing. You'll see gene regulatory networks that are very, very basic, and are common to almost all all mammals or all animals actually at the very core, right? And then around that, for each group that's split off, you'll end up with a different gene regulatory network, and that's a problem. That's why they can't go backwards. They would have to somehow lose all of that adaptation and go all the way back to that core and then go back up again, which is interesting because during the Cambrian explosion, it was actually the Ediacaran the Cambrian. That's where these gene regulatory networks started to diverge, basically from this common base, this core base that was much simpler than what we have now. And we ended up with a certain, I think 5 body plans, basically, that stuck. And those things went out and basically capitalized on all the niches and all the resources. And that's why we have those 5 today. Now, to go back, we would have to have an extinction event that trimmed us all the way back down to the beginning of multicellular animals. And then we would rise up again. And lo and behold, we'd have 7 very different body plans of what we have today. And that's how it works. And it works at the molecular level, too, which is really important. Once you understand gene regulatory networks, you can see this. It's really very interesting. Oh, am I tired?
I'm so resisting making a joke again. But anyway, it's such a serious point. I don't want to make it.
There's a great joke from Muttley, too. He wants to be able to yell out his back door, my ass, my ass.
So you guys, when I'm 95, you guys are going to be, what, about 80? Are you still going to be picking on me? Are you still going to pick on me?
Well, we know that you're not really old. You're just some young dude on the internet trolling Brad, trying to convince him that you're in your 60s.
So I've read before that there are a few different ways you can try to make an argument. You can use really clever rhetoric and have a lot of data and statistics and percentages and facts and evidence. Or another way you can go about it that's less effort intensive is to just be so fractally completely wrong that it would require teaching like 4 introductory level college courses to you in order to correct your argument. And these guys seem to have selected the latter method. They're going to be just so fundamentally wrong that anybody would balk at the amount of effort it would take to correct how wrong they are. And I totally relate to you being tired.
This is hard.
Yeah, it is. It's hard, but it's worth it.
Oh, and just when you get started, when you peel off the first page of one of those textbooks, they're going to say, "What about the Big Bang and what about abiogenesis?"
The goalposts move too. While you're trying to teach them, they're actively hostile towards learning about it. So you're never going to get it.
That's what Rebecca did to me. She wanted to know how the liver evolved, and I started to tell her, and she just went right back and just floated all over the place.
Yeah,
absolutely refused to listen.
And I want to remind everybody to go to the link below and get yourself a Hive size shirt like the one I'm wearing right here, because they're really cool shirts. And you know, if you support the cryptid folks like myself included, make sure you get over to Hive site. Links in the description below. And while you're down there, subscribe to my channel, subscribe to Mike's channel, subscribe to Simos, subscribe to Answers in Atheism, subscribe to Slim Cyborg. And I don't have Austin down there, but we'll get you in there. And make sure you subscribe over at Austin Sims' channel as well. If somebody's got a link they could drop, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, but me first. Me first.
Yeah, you know, you want to help out the community, and especially help out Bree, who has a great channel. This is a great way to do it. So,
that is a really dope shirt.
It's a nice shirt. It's soft. You know,
that particular Bigfoot looks like he's in a badass metal band.
And she has Mothman and Jersey Devil and some other cryptid, and there's also some hats and socks and different other things over there. So yeah,
Nessie?
I don't think there's a Nessie, but she says she's going to have a special one come out this summer for the Area 51 anniversary. So that's going to be come out. So it'll be like collectors, you know what I mean? It'd be limited edition stuff. So, but yeah, make sure that, you know, if you're into that stuff, and even if you're not, if you're a supporter of Bree in any way, shape, or form, you know, get yourself a shirt. You know, help her out. Greatly appreciate it.
Content.
The best. I love Saturday mornings with Bree. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we just passed.
Great, and it's just fun to watch.
We just passed 666 comments. I saw it fly by.
Well, we need to stop there.
That's a
Austin Sims. No, it was, let's see, Geo Sam?
That's a magic number.
Yeah, either Geo Sam or Austin Sims did the 666. There you go. You're doomed, damn it. You're going to hell. Going to hell. We can scream it like
I had to evolve first. The rods and cones in my retina, the blood flow that goes to my retina.
Oh, here we go. This is
chicken or the egg.
Well, this was brought up to Richard Dawkins as one of the I think it's called the dumbest question that he ever was asked or something.
Yeah.
Where he said, what did we do before we evolved a bladder so that we could go to the bathroom? So they have it in their head that you had to stand around for hundreds of thousands of years holding it until you developed a bladder. Without, again, he said, spend 30 minutes studying the cell. Well, yeah, spend 5 minutes studying the cell on how a cell can take things in and excrete things out, right? So this is the same question. And then you got your nub. That's right.
But yeah, a nub, you couldn't have had sex with a nub, so the whole penis would have had to evolve before you could have sex, right? According to Made by Jim Bob.
So
unless you're a hyena, and then you just kind of rub nubs.
Rub
nubs. Animals develop bladders. How far back do we have to go for that? Do you know?
I don't know. Let's see. Bladder. Oh hell, way back. Well, bladders are basically a storage mechanism.
I'm gonna drop off.
You scared him off.
You can finish the sentence.
And bladders.
Finish the sentence, Brainless. Come on, take a deep breath.
I'm on call tomorrow, so I don't want to be completely knackered. So yeah.
Yep. Go get some sleep, and I will talk to you soon.
Yeah, it was fun, and these two fuckers are stupid. I'm constantly looking at his hat, like, what fucking QR code does he have on his hat? Who the fuck wants to have a QR code on his hat? But
400 million years ago, the bladder started to diverge, basically right around the time that tetrapods happened. So
there you have it.
Good night.
All right, good night, Brainless.
Yes, Minnow, jellyfish do indeed excrete out of the same opening. They're what's called epistoconts, I believe, which means they have only one digestive opening. They imbibe their nutrients through the same opening through which they excrete waste. We, as humans, we have
really disgusting.
Two digestive openings, which I think is the better setup because it eliminates that shitty aftertaste. So yeah, I would definitely not want to be a jelly.
I don't think that includes the orange thing in Washington, though. I think it only has the one hole.
I used to be an episcopant when I drank a lot. I would basically excrete out of the same hole, basically in the bathroom, frozen toilet.
Yeah, it's about time for a rest break too. So this is the last shot. Here we go. We'll give him one more shot, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Here we go. Okay. Here we go.
The optic nerve, my iris that opens and closes based on light input. The fully adjustable lens. I can focus on my iPhone, which is right here in front of me, and then when I turn and look at something on my shelf that's 10 feet away, I instantly focus
shit!
on
Really?
It. When did that evolve?
Wow, when did that evolve?
Oh boy!
Oh, shoot these guys in the head!
I think
tell me you've never read about science without telling me you've never read about science.
And say what you will about Richard Dawkins saying some of the stupid things he said. He does have a great video on the evolution of the eye. I think he made it like in the 1970s or something. It still holds good. He shows how all you need is very slight modifications, and you can go from this to this to this to get a more complex eye. And the eye has also evolved on many different tracks into many different species in many different ways. And eyes operate differently. Different eyes see better than us, do not see better than us, see in color, do not see in color, see different wavelengths that different species can't see. So it seems very clear that the eyes again evolved to best suit the species in their niche.
I really like the fact that he's in his example of how the eye couldn't evolve. He's looking at an iPhone, which has evolved.
And to be nitpicky, we can always point out if God made your eye, why are you both wearing glasses?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's from the fall.
Part of the issue, David, is even if they were to go and search up these questions, I'm guessing they've done so many leading questions on whatever search engine they're using that they've gone on Google so many times and searched up things like I, irreducibly complex, I can't have evolved, they clicked on results like Answers in Genesis or Evolution News or Creationism Research. And every time they do that, their search engine is building a portfolio. It's building a profile for them. And it's saying, hey, these kinds of results, this person likes. They click on and they engage with these kinds of results. So it shows them more of those results. So even if these guys did try to go search up eye evolution, they probably wouldn't find quality resources doing so.
Oh, no.
Somebody else would have to direct them to those resources, and they're not likely to listen.
We got about halfway through this one, and I had another one that's similar. And in these, I'll give it away now because we're going to wrap things up. But they do mention Michael Behe and what a great resource he is. They mention, I believe, Elise Strobel on what a great, and maybe even the cold case guy. They mention Dr. Hovind. They mention Dr. Ron Wyatt. Who found the chariot wheels at the bottom of the Red Sea. These guys are swallowing a lot of propaganda. Now, Joe and I, who was with us here earlier, and don't forget, Joe's heading up the ARC protest. Links are in the description below. While you're down there subscribing to my channel and everybody else's channel, go to Joe's channel, subscribe, get information on the ARC protest coming up this summer. We did a thing on Ron Wyatt, and it turns out in the end, Ron Wyatt was doing nothing more than fleecing people so he could run around with his side chick. All right. That's what he was doing. He will talk about staying in these horrible rundown hotels. The story didn't turn out to be so. He was staying in nice hotels with somebody who wasn't Mrs. Wyatt, and he always needed some more money. So he always was saying, oh, I'm either on the verge of a discovery, or look, I've discovered this, I've discovered that. And he would just make things up. And people were giving him money until people got tired of giving him money because it seemed like he wasn't really producing anything. And then he passed away. So that was the end of the Ron Wyatt. But Ron Wyatt is he was a buffoon, okay? He fleeced people. He was a con man. He lied. He said he found things he didn't find. His own lawyer went down in the hole where he claimed all this stuff was, and he says there was nothing but a hole that never went anywhere else. There was supposedly all these tunnels and chambers, all this stuff. It was all just to fleece people out of money. Ron Wyatt is one of the worst, and Kent Hovind likes to cite Ron Wyatt. So, you know, the birds of a feather, right?
Let me just say in there, it's worse than that, because, of course, there's another guy that came after him that did exactly the same thing. And when he used Ron Wyatt's work as a basis to get money to go and dig archaeological digs, to find exactly the same thing, which turned out to be all bullshit.
All bull, yeah.
And it's continued. It's continued. There's another guy after that. I don't know his name. But there's another guy after that apparently found Mount Sinai.
When Joe and I were covering Ron Wyatt, it was because I had noticed that he was resurfacing again. A bunch of people that had just found out about him were making videos, you know, and it was like, oh, you know, these kids just found out about Ron Wyatt, right? So now it's like, oh, Ron Wyatt found out all this stuff. And it's like, oh, here we go. We got to start all over again with this Ron Wyatt. I thought he was, you know, hopefully resting in peace, whatever, right? Just gone and out of the picture. But no, he resurfaces. And yeah, his claims were ridiculous. They're unsupported. He didn't have permissions to do digs by the government over there or anything. It was all... Everything was a lie, basically. The man is a terrible, terrible source for anything, and so is Hawaiian Shirt Guy. And and they also cite ICR. So
yeah, Andrew is back with this Cornell University thing, and I believe that he's getting all of his information from Genesis Apologetics and Answers in Genesis. Because his bird mammal stuff or bird dinosaur stuff, I found articles in Answers in Genesis on it. I just did a quick search for scientists at Cornell University showed that whale evolution is impossible, and all I came up with is Answers in Genesis, Genesis Apologetics, and some videos. And according to ChatGPT, that no, scientists at Cornell University did not show. Dinosaur.
Well, I mean, we'd love a link, though, wouldn't we, Mike? To that?
We'd love a link. Yeah, give us a link to your sources,
anytime.
Andrew.
Well, yeah, or the Cornell University source.
You could give them a wrench.
From. You know, that would be lovely, mate. That would be lovely. Well, we don't need a wrench. You know, we could just put a Cornell University and then /
Yeah, just the name of the paper.
That would be lovely.
The name of the paper, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, the conversation moved on a little bit, but I want to point out that if you're looking for a group of people that are especially easy to bilk out of their money by telling them what they want to hear, religious people are like near the top of that list. They have been primed to accept claims on no evidence other than, you know, they want to believe it. The faith is like such fertile ground for a scam artist to make money off of. If you've been taught to believe things without evidence, a con man is licking their lips and rubbing their hands together when it comes to you, because they know they don't have to put much pudding on the table for you to fork your hard-earned dollars over. They know you are primed and ready to believe whatever you tell them if it confirms something that they want to believe.
Yeah, and if you're real good at it, you can get probably at least 10 private jets out of it.
Yeah.
Crazy. Crazy. Who'd have thought? Anyway, thank you, Scott. It's a pleasure to speak to you again tonight.
Yep, I got to get out of here, guys. I got to go eat.
Yep.
Dave,
Like I say, the Rick and Morty, Rick and Lou here.
Rick and Lou. I don't know which is better.
I wanted to, before we go real quick, I made this short the other day, and I think these guys should be friends.
You may not acknowledge that there are dragons and stuff. You digging up something in the deserts and stuff. You putting these things together. You can call it Brontosaurus or whatever, Tyrannosaurus, whatever you want, brother. But you say you come from animals, so your way of figuring things out already sound crazy, brother.
What the hell are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
You come from a tadpole, yeah, and then when you first began, and then you were a frog with your tail tucked in, and then you become a monkey in a banyan tree, and over a couple billion years, you're a doctor with a PhD, and you're more than welcome.
You on drugs?
You are listening to that, and I know in those textbooks of yours, man, they're going to bring that up if they hadn't already. Boy, isn't evolution wonderful? And, it's all just crazy.
Do you even listen to yourself when you talk?
But let's just trust the text, and when God points this serpent out, right, Genesis 3, you don't play with snakes, man. Who does that? You say, I'm a snake charmer. Go be a snake charmer.
That is without a doubt the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You are a fucking idiot.
Oh, that was lovely, Dave.
I came across that and I was just like, wow.
Man, you really bad slam poetry. You think you came from a tadpole and then you were a monkey with a PhD.
You just tucked your tail between your legs and became a monkey.
Yeah, and he completely, and the stupid thing is, he completely missed out the toaster part.
No toaster.
Yeah.
No dream toast.
We have to put him in touch with Wayne, because he's definitely not manifested.
He's not.
So I'm sorry, Andrew, but
nocturnal dream toast.
a quick perusal of Cornell University's stuff on whales. Almost every single thing they're putting out, books, videos, papers, mentions the evolution of whales, basically, that whales evolved.
Yep.
That's from Cornell. There's nothing in there that says, oh, we found out whales couldn't have evolved. I don't know where you're getting your information from, and you're not telling us.
Rick and Lou here talked about it too, and they brought up the Hovind thing, that there's these tiny little bones that are left over in the whales that they use for reproduction. And of course, it's leaving out the whole progression of, slowly disappearing over numerous species. And the whale evolution and the horse evolution are both some of the best examples of a lot of intermediate fossils that creationists are always asking for. And when you say, here they are in horses and whales, we've got lots of fossils of them, then it's just, it's just for reproduction. Okay, whatever.
The problem is, Dave, is these people, they're using their vestigial brains.
Yeah, when I debated Hovind, I brought up whale evolution, at which point he talked about giant whale penises for like 5 minutes, said the word giant penis
You like that?
16 times over. And I really wanted to say, you're a giant penis. But of
You're a giant whale penis.
You're right, exactly. Yeah.
Be careful, though, because he'll want to whack it. So,
Yeah.
Hey-o!
Ouch.
And with that, thanks everybody for joining us tonight. I hope you had fun. I thought these guys were pretty funny. And again, nothing personal to you two guys. I'm sure you're very likable guys, but wow, you really have terrible information. I think it's rare that you hear everything you say being just totally wrong from somebody, but you managed to pull it off quite well. Your sources are terrible, just completely terrible. Hovind is not a doctor. He's a clown. ICR is not legitimate scientists that work there. They sold their soul for an easy paycheck. And what was the other one? Michael Behe has been completely discredited. In the words of Jay Bundy, who debated Michael Behe, nobody cares about how many books you've written. Okay.
Yeah.
And then as far as the other, and it's fishers of men. Okay. It's bugging me. I'm sorry. It's fishers. I know that it's fishers of men. You should know it's fishers of men. Right. And one more time, I didn't see Chris stop by. I was hoping Chris would stop by tonight, but I wanted everybody to know that I wore my Star Trek shirt tonight, hoping Chris Mallard would stop by and see it. Now, Chris, you didn't stop by and see the shirt, but okay.
Oh yeah.
And here's your screenshot, Chris. Got my Star Trek shirt on. All right.
Live long and multiplan.
Live long and prosper. And thanks to everybody in the chat. We had, again, all the best folks stopping through tonight. Like Mike said, there was a lot of chats going on. Appreciate everybody joining in on the conversation. Hope you all enjoyed this. And you never know. I might try to top it for next Saturday. So
Oh, can I just say, Formula One Monday night. Formula One Monday night. That'd be
all right. Simos, go over to Simos. Again, the links are in the description. Go over to Simos. He's going to be covering the Formula race Monday night. Mike and I at Answers in Atheism. You never know what we're going to be doing. We're usually doing something. Austin Sims is, breaking out when he has time. He does videos and did an awesome live stream with Ian and what was the other guy's name? Barry. Barry. That was a great guest. That was a great stream, Austin. Good job.
For sure.
So links in the description. Again, thanks everybody for joining, and we will see you next week. Same bat time, same bat channel, and
night,
you have
people.
a good one.
Same back
Good
shit.
night.
And I've got to pull my thing up because everything got cleared out when I got rebooted. So 1 second here.
I'm out of here.
All right, here we go. Goodbye, everybody.
Tales of the Lord knocking at the captive death's door. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive death's door. Captive desk, hold our dreams, where reality and all myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold will know. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking